The Amazon rainforest covers an area the size of Australia. It is host to half of all species of life on Earth, many of them lethal. It is no place to be lost alone. In the jungle, there are countless ways to die. This is a true story of a fatal decision that betrayed a friendship and turned the adventure of a lifetime into a deadly struggle for survival. Bolivia, South America. In November 1981, 3 backpackers traveled to the remote outpost of Asriamis in the Amazonian jungle. Yossi Ginsberg is a 22-year-old from Israel, fresh out of national service with the Israeli Navy.
The reason why I came to South America was one reason. It was very clear to me. I wanted an adventure. I was very, very naive, bright-eyed, open to the world. Everything is possible.
With Yossi is Kevin Gale, an experienced traveler. He's a 29-year-old photographer from Oregon.
I was traveling, I had an agent in New York, and I was sending my shots to him. So I had motivation to try to have some shots published. And of course I was thinking maybe I'll publish some in National Geographic, but it was primarily for myself that I was doing this.
With Kevin and Yossi is Markus Stamm, a 29-year-old school teacher from Switzerland.
Marcos and I had been great friends. We'd been traveling off and on together for 8 months. He was going through a crisis. A relationship had just broken up and he was falling apart. And he just wanted to escape.
The 3 friends have spent months backpacking around South America. But now, a charismatic Austrian, Karl Ruprechter, has drawn them to Asriamis with the promise of a real adventure. He will take them into the uncharted rainforest to meet a lost tribe of Indians, never before seen by Western eyes.
Oh, lousy map. No detail, the whole of Bolivia on one map. Look, I marked the field. See that? That's where we are now. We cross the Tuichi River. We cut the trail for 4 days, and we end up at the village. And then you see the real Indians.
There was an X with a pen. Carl said, the Indians are there. We had no reason not to believe him.
He told us that he was a geologist, that he had been in South America for 15 years, that he'd been in the jungle numerous times. He was an expert in the jungle. So I had no reason to doubt his word.
Listen, it's gonna be tough, but we'll go in together and we'll come out together. Agreed?
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Let's do it.
Guys.
As we set off from Asariamas, we started seeing, like things were changing, and we weren't exactly the same people already. And I think the reason for it was that we knew we're leaving civilization behind, and this is it, just the 4 of us.
Up, Marcus. It's a jungle.
The friends follow their guide into the rainforest. Ahead of them lies a week-long hike to the Indian village. From there, Carl has told them they will return to civilization by rafting down the Tuichi River.
It was a different world, and we could hear animal life all over the place. Monkeys were howling, screaming, and I could see birds, numerous varieties, all over the place. It was like a picture.
We don't have food because Carl sensibly is saying we wouldn't carry, like tins and stuff. There's lots of game, so we'll hunt. That's what you do in the jungle. All we have is rice, beans, and salt. That's all. The rest comes from the jungle. But what we kill is not so pleasant.
To the pot! To the pot!
It's gruesome. And Carl waves it in the end and screaming, and you see the wilderness in his eyes. He's at his element. He loves it.
You've killed it. You've murdered it. You can't do that.
What? There's no law here. This is Bolivia. You take care of him. We're gonna eat well tonight, Kevin. Hey, Marcus, pick up my gun.
Marcus wouldn't bring himself to eat. We're killing to eat. Marcus thinks, can we save that monkey?
It didn't make any sense, because we were in the jungle, we were in this environment, and those things happen. And he was just oversensitive about everything.
You know, Carl is not so tough.
What would you know about it, Yossi? You were never in nature like this before?
Well, I was in the military.
Yeah, that was the Navy. This is the jungle. Where's this damn village?
Oh, this is bad, my friend. You gotta be careful with this. You see the saws? They will all open up together in the end, then you've got no skin left. And your feet are kaput.
Guys, I'm sorry.
He said it's tremendous pain. We didn't believe him, because it was part of it. Okay, now he's complaining. He's always complaining. He's always finding a reason to complain.
Marcus should rest. One of you could go now with me to make contact with the village and then come back for Marcus.
The village. You said 3 or 4 days max to get there. It's been more than a week now. Marcus could be here for days.
Hey, you don't believe me? You think I don't know where it is, huh?
Nobody's leaving anybody behind.
So, what do we do, huh?
It wasn't fair to Marcos to continue. I wanted to continue. If Marcos hadn't been there, I would have continued. There's no question about that.
We should go back down to the river. We should build the raft now. Marcus can take it easy on the raft.
What do you know about the river?
I know the river is back that way.
Screw it. It's your choice.
Forced to abandon their dream of visiting the Indian village, the adventurers head back to the Tuichi River. Now they will raft out of the jungle.
My dream had been shattered, and I was very upset. And I knew I wouldn't have another chance. So I was in a pretty foul mood.
I was very upset because my dream, to make contact with the Indians, that dream was gone. And, it was mainly because of Marcus.
But ahead of them lies nearly 100 miles of river before the nearest settlement and the airstrip home.
Immediately, we knew it's a mistake.
Left! Left! Go left!
What left?
Easy, Carl. Good line. We're on the Carl line. We're right on course.
Go deep!
In the rainforest, Carl was the authority, and rightly so. But not anymore, because on the river, Kevin saw immediately that Carl is no authority. It was ridiculous, because Carl didn't know how to swim.
It was very obvious to me that Carl didn't know what he was doing in the raft. And I let him know. I told him that he was doing everything backwards.
Listen to me, we do okay.
Carl, nobody's gonna drown. I think we are okay. Maybe it's my imagination.
So now there was like fighting on the raft. They were fighting because Carl said, you know, we have to pull to the left. And Kevin said, nonsense, you have to go to the other side.
Come on, pull you! Whoa.
Carl would scream and curse.
Don't listen to me. Look what happens, huh? What'd I tell you?
Crazy on a river like that, you know, like no cooperation, no friendship. It was hell.
We're pretty close to the canyon. Huh? I told you. You gotta forget the raft now. Look. We are here. Almost the Cape Down River. It's the Malpaso San Pedro Falls.
He called us and he said, down from here. It's a canyon, and there's no way, if you're going in, you're dying. There's no way out of it.
So 2 days on the river and you had enough, huh?
You don't believe me. We gotta walk now. You understand me, Kevin? Look, we walk around the canyon. We stay close to the river. A few K further on, there's a small mining village, Playa. Playa is halfway to San Jose. We get to San Jose, you're as good as home.
Carl said, if you want to live, let's walk. We wanted out. You know, this was a misadventure. It wasn't fun for me either. And Kevin was the only one that was not happy at all.
I wanted to continue. You know, the worst comes to worst, we'll bounce off the rocks and continue. And we'll just continue with our plan. We'll stop before the San Pedro Falls, hike around the falls with our equipment, build a new raft, and then we continue.
We can't let Carl take the river away from us, Yossi. I mean, think about it. Why did we come on this trip in the first place? Carl promised us an Indian village, which was supposed to be the highlight of the whole thing. We never saw it. Was it ever there? All we have left now is rafting on the river, and how long have we had on it? Less than 2 whole days. And no way is Marcus coming. He'll drag us down. We could do it. We could go it alone.
You know, it was a moment I just didn't know what to do. I mean, in my guts, I wanted to go with Carl and Marcus. But I already had this relationship with Kevin, you know, like Kevin was my hero. Kevin, I chose Kevin, you know, like in that split, I chose Kevin. He was my man. So I stuck with him. I said, okay, you know, I'm coming with you.
I felt Marcos was in a very bad place, bad spot. I certainly didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to make him feel worse, but I couldn't help the guy. I mean, my best buddy, and I couldn't help him. We had this wall between us.
But you promised we'd go in together and we'd come out together.
This is different. Don't you get it? I don't want you to come. You're not coming.
So this is it?
Yeah, I guess it is.
In retrospective, how did we do that? How can you split in such an environment, you know?
I know you'll be all right.
Let's get moving.
See you soon, Marcus, huh? I see you soon, Carl.
Ah, Yossi, la aventura. Still haven't had enough, huh? You're full of it, Kevin. You're gonna be fish food, the pair of you.
It was heart-wrenching. It was like a betrayal, and it was a terrible feeling. I really felt ashamed.
It should take little more than a week for Carl and Marcus to hike out to the nearest village. But now Yossi and Kevin face the dangers of the river alone.
Kevin and I went into full excitement into let's the adventure begin. A new chapter, no more 4 people. Kevin became the authority, and I accepted his authority. I guess part of it was an issue of age, but other part was that I didn't know rivers.
All right, get it dead straight. Go. Keep in time with my rhythm.
Almost immediately, we entered a series of roller coaster waves.
Hard your side.
It was a different river.
Paddle hard.
It's becoming much more intense. You know, like the river is getting narrow, the water swifter.
And certainly, it was a bad decision to continue. That was a major mistake.
We're just shooting straight into white water. Both of us were lying on the raft. That was the only thing we could do. Suddenly, it was clear to me that nothing that can prevent us from colliding with this huge rock that was approaching.
And that's what happened. We hit the rock.
All right, Yossi. I want you to listen to me now, okay? We can't stay here. All right? So I'm gonna jump, okay? I'm gonna swim to the shore, and I'm gonna throw you a line.
I don't want him to jump. He tells me why he's jumping, and his plan is completely suicidal. But in that stage, I think not only that it's suicidal, he kills me.
Hip it now! Hip it! Hip it! Kevin, don't leave me! All right, Yossi, throw me the shoes and the machete!
I saw the raft teetering back and forth on the rock.
And then at the same time, the raft moves, and I hear that terrible screech. The mass of water just...
He entered the rapids, and I saw him go through 2 or 3 rapids, a couple drops, and around the bend he went, and I didn't see him again.
It's like huge pressure on my chest, and I can feel that, you know, like the power of the river. I'm shooting at such a high speed and deep under the waters. It's like the pressure surmounts. I cannot breathe. I feel this is it. I'm exploding. I'm dying. And I knew this is my end. After a long time in the river, I was spat again into the surface. And that terrible canyons behind me. How did I pass it? I just don't know. I just have no understanding of it, but I was on the other side.
By a miracle, Yossi has survived. But now, as night falls, he is separated from Kevin by more than 2 miles of river and impassable canyon. The next morning, Kevin starts to search for Yossi.
I decided to go downriver and look for Yossi.
Yossi!
I was responsible for him being there, and I didn't know if he was alive, if he drowned, or if he was hurt.
As Kevin works his way downriver, Yossi struggles back up the canyon towards him.
walking up the right bank!
Early morning of the day after this tragedy, this disaster, I hear this scratch, this metallic scratch. Behind the rock, there's a small pool. In the middle there, the backpack is waiting.
Yes!
When Kevin made this bag, he said, "Give me everything important to you, because this is the life bag." He tied 2 empty things to have it float.
The life bag contains vital supplies, a flashlight, a waterproof poncho, a few ounces of rice, and, crucially, the map that promises Yossi's best chance of survival.
I put the backpack on my back, and now with a new spirit, I climbed up thinking that it's gonna be easy now. Kevin and I get together, and it's gonna be over. We've got the equipment. It's gonna be a good story.
After another day of searching, Kevin is less than a mile away from Yossi when he comes up against the canyon walls. He has no choice but to turn away from the river and climb up into the jungle.
I knew that the San Pedro Falls was before me, and I wasn't about to swim through that. So I decided to leave the water and hike into the jungle. Now it's clear that when I was walking behind the ridge or the bluff in the jungle, Yossi was walking upriver, not very far away.
The friends continue to look for each other for days, surviving on little food and almost no sleep. They're unaware that every step is taking them further apart.
Yossi!
The only thing that kind of kept me going was the notion that Kevin is running after me and he will follow me and things will be fine when Kevin comes.
Kevin has finally worked his way back to the river, but he is now miles downstream from the canyon and Yossi. After 5 days alone with no food or equipment to help him survive, he is exhausted and starving.
By this point, I realized my chances were very minimal. I mean, I thought I was going to die. So I had one shot. That was to make it to San Jose.
Kevin's only hope is that the current will carry him down to San Jose.
I was no longer thinking about Yossi. I was thinking about my life. I didn't have anything left. So now I was trying to save my life. And that's what I did.
That night, the fear was so big that every minute, every little thing I'll hear, I'll just jump and I'll start looking around to make sure there's no animal coming. I just clearly heard some branch breaking. Something is moving. I knew I'm not imagining that something is moving near me. I look with the flashlight around, but the moment I put the beam on, I see the face of a jaguar. I had a cigarette lighter and I had a can of repellent. And I remember that I saw that in a movie that you can actually set the repellent on fire. The flame died, and there was no jaguar. You know, like I managed to scare him. I sat there for the rest of the night, and you know, I started crying and screaming and trembling. It was consuming, that fear. I just realized, I knew it, Kevin. Something happened to Kevin. Something happened to Kevin, and he probably died. I took the map out and I started studying it. Suddenly, I remember Carl told us about some camp, the gold mining camp, about 4 days away, upriver.
Playa.
So now I had like an idea. I have to walk, and looking at the map, it was very hard to work it out, but I thought within 2, 3, 4 days maximum I'm making it to the camp. And once I made it to the camp, I'll have a trail to follow, and I'll make it out.
Yossi heads for the mining camp at Playa. From there, he will pick up the trail to the village of San Jose and safety.
And here I am singing out loud, my chest open, enjoying the scenery and fully trusting I'm gonna make it. Then I suddenly discover a tree, and I saw clearly it was actually cut with a machete.
Kevin?
And then it all makes sense to me. Actually, Kevin was doing the same thing. That was, he knew I would be trying to go to Playa. So I'm sure Kevin is there before me. I kept on walking along that trail, and it started being a bit strange because the marks weren't as clear as before. Deep in the bush, I had no sense of direction, and now I was stuck with this little trail and hoping that it will lead me back to the river and to the camp. And then after hours where I'm already despaired because, you know, it took me away from the river, I see this footprint. It's not an old footprint. I see that footprint in the mud, and I realize this is a hiking boot, and there's only one person in the world that could have left that footprint. It's Kevin.
Kevin!
This footprints wasn't Kevin's, it was mine. In all these hours, half a day that I walked, I actually walked in a circle. This trail didn't lead me anywhere.
After hours on the river, Kevin's condition is critical. He's barely conscious and has no idea if he has passed San Jose or not.
All of a sudden, I see a canoe. The current is swift, so it's taking me downriver quite a ways. And then finally, they turned their heads and they began waving their arms. like this, like downriver, downriver. So I let go of the branch I'd been holding on to, and I began swimming towards the shore. When they approached me, they asked two questions. They asked me if I was lost, then they asked me if I was hungry. It was kind of funny. They told me that they went hunting in this area twice a year. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million. It was just pure luck. I had been saved, but I didn't know if Yossi was alive. But I just had this feeling that Yossi wouldn't give up.
Yossi pushes on towards the old mining camp. With the rice gone, he's surviving on little more than scraps of fruit scavenged from the jungle floor.
I just made it a rule. I'm not gonna lose the river again. Suddenly, there was this opening along the river and I saw the hut.
Go playa.
Kevin!
I was so hurt. The disease on my feet, this fungus, reached my hands as well, and my hands were raw as well. And I felt that not only the pain that was so excruciating, but I actually remembered how Marcus had that. And I remember that I actually didn't believe him, and I thought that he's a wimp. And for a second I was thinking that maybe what has happened to me was directly related to the way I behaved to him, to my friend. And now I know, because I suffer myself.
Yossi has no choice but to press on and hope he can make it to San Jose.
The rain was merciless. It was so tough. The night came and it was very hard to escape. What happened is quite unbelievable. I didn't know of that phenomena, but literally the jungle started collapsing. It took me seconds to understand, but by the time I understood, it was too late. It was a flood, and the river rose.
No, no, no! No!
By morning, the flash flood has subsided, but Yossi has been washed far away from the river.
By that time, I was really in bad situation. It was the 15th day of my solitude. I couldn't start a fire, there was no sun to dry, and no food, and the rain, and wet. But things were clear. I just had to stand on my feet and keep on walking. Well, I knew now there's one thing, find the river.
Just days after being rescued, Kevin has made his way to a Bolivian army airbase to try and convince them to mount a search.
I went to the office of the commander and I spoke to him. And he said if a gringo, a traveler, was lost in the jungle, that he didn't have a chance.
Si él fuera tu hijo, o tu hermano.
¿Por qué no te regresas a los Estados Unidos, donde tu familia?
A pasar las fiestas navideñas.
Pero hay una persona perdida en la selva.
I hear that noise, and I listen to that noise because it's so foreign, and I start realizing it's an airplane. I'm saved, and I know everything now. I know also that Kevin is in the plane. I know it's a plane after me. I know it's Kevin there, and I'm just jumping on my feet, and I'm running, and I'm screaming, Kevin! 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 What do you say? What do you say? You know, as soon as I realized this airplane was just oblivious to me, I just collapsed. For the first time, I was defeated. You know, I felt defeated. I knew that so much hope, and they didn't see me, and there's no way they could see me.
Flying just a few hundred feet above in a Bolivian army spotter plane, Kevin shares Yossi's sense of defeat.
I realized we couldn't see much. And I asked him to fly lower, and he wouldn't. He said it was too dangerous. And on top of that, we were flying in a straight line. He wasn't following the contour of the river. It didn't have a chance to find Yossi this way. I was going crazy. It was very, very frustrating. Like, every day was very important. Time was the key element. And every day that passed, I knew it was another day that Yossi's chances were diminished. They were getting smaller and smaller.
Yossi has now spent 17 days alone in the jungle. Since the floods, he's found nothing but rotten fruit to eat. He is feverish and weak with starvation.
I was famined, I was diseased, I was injured and weak. I started realizing that I don't know what's going on anymore. I'm becoming insane.
I thought that Yossi wouldn't give up, so I began thinking about the next steps. And I found a fellow named Tico, and I asked him if he could take me up to Tuichi. And he told me that he can, but he has to be back within 3 days. So it's better than nothing, so I said, fine.
Something bit me. It was a strong bite, and I can feel it's like a termite, an ant, and then another bite, and then another bite, and then I attracted a nest of termites. And there were like hundreds of them, and then thousands of them, and I couldn't escape. There were no way I could escape. But the worst horror was the ray of light hitting a red carpet, you know, like everything around me. 5-6 meters around me, everywhere. It was all red and moving. My body was like a colander. There was no place in my body that wasn't bleeding. And I just had to escape now. And I stood on my feet and I kept on walking.
I told him that I want to go as high as possible, up the river as much as possible. Just kept going up and up and up. I didn't want to stop.
The jungle is just the jungle.
On my knees, on my elbows, I'm crawling. Suddenly I started seeing a few things that I recognized, and it was actually Kuri Playa. I went all the way back to that deserted mining camp, but the mining camp wasn't there anymore. The flood took everything. My feet weren't feet anymore. They were like two lumps, two chunks of blood and pus. I gave up. I prayed to God, just allow me to die. All I want is to rest. Let me die.
No podemos seguir. Mira, el río está creciendo de nuevo. Hay rápidos arriba. Siento. No podemos seguir.
I knew that was it for Yossi. It would take weeks, if not a month, to get back to the jungle. And there's no way that he could survive another month in the jungle. And I just felt this heavy feeling, and this sense of loss, and this terrible sense of guilt that I'd caused his death.
I clearly heard a buzz, like a bee or a wasp, and it's like coming closer, and I can start hearing it circulating my head. So, you know, I'm already in like the zone of like delirium. I'm just trying to get rid of that wasp, because it's so strong, that noise. In a certain point, I think maybe it's trapped inside the mosquito nets. And I raise my head and I just try to get rid of that wasp, and the buzz is in my ears. And as I raise my head, and I don't see the wasp, but when I turn my head, right there on the beach, I see shades and people. I mean, it's like at that stage, I don't know what's going on. Just, you know, like Kevin, like a flesh is already there, and I'm collapsing in his arms, and we just hold each other and hold each other. It's now just emotion. We cry and cry and cry.
I couldn't believe it that we'd found him. If he would have been upstream, just 100 yards away, he wouldn't have heard us. We wouldn't have seen him. I mean, it's literally 1 in a million.
My life was spared. I mean, I know Kevin saved my life, but it was a miracle. For sure, it was a miracle.
I think that Yossi saved my life, because if we hadn't found him, if he would have perished in the jungle, I would have had a very heavy burden to bear, knowing that I caused his death. Because I put him in the situation, and I was entirely responsible. So I think that's how I see it.
Yossi and Kevin were safe, but they had yet to find out what had happened to Marcus and Carl, who they'd left to walk out of the jungle 20 days before.
It was a shock to us to discover that there was no trace of Marcus or Carl.
Of course, when I realized that Marcus was lost in the jungle, it was a very heavy feeling.
Kevin went back into the rainforest immediately to search for them, and he couldn't find anything, any sign, any track. It just evaporated.
The Bolivian army also mounted a search and discovered that the Indian village that Carl had marked on the map did not exist.
They told me that Carl had a history of taking people into the jungle and leaving them. It happened more than once.
They were very, very familiar with Carl, and they said he's a troublemaker, and he found refuge here in Bolivia. And I was shocked.
Over the following years, both Kevin and Yossi mounted searches for Marcus, but no sign of him was ever found.
I don't feel guilt about not taking Marcus with us. Then and even now, I feel that it was the right decision not to allow him to come. But I always thought then, and I probably do occasionally now, that if I would have gone back with Carl and Marcos, if we would have gone back together, that it would have ended differently.
It was a life and death issue, and we decided for him that he should go out. Yeah, we did think, both Kevin and I, we were thinking that what we are doing is more dangerous, if this is an excuse. We were thinking that. Still, we made that decision for him, and he never came back.
Kevin Gale is now a fitness instructor and photographer living in Israel. He is married to Orna, an Israeli he met while searching for Marcus and Carl. Yossi Ginsberg is now a writer and a motivational speaker, and has done much to preserve the Amazonian jungle. He lives in New South Wales, Australia. Two friends attempt one of the toughest climbs in Alaska.
Yeah?
One is horribly injured. Do they wait for rescue or risk a treacherous descent?
Do you want it?
The choice is tearing them apart.
I want off this mountain!
Help isn't coming. And the mountain is trying to kill them any way it can.
Avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's bad. It's war.
Denali National Park, Alaska. 6 million acres of wilderness, dotted with spectacular glaciers and rugged mountain peaks. It's a magnet for extreme climbers like Dave Nyman and Jim Sweeney.
Man, you should see the view from here.
This is an area as big as England. We were the only climbers in the whole Alaska range that we knew of.
Jim Sweeney's idea of heaven is taking on a treacherous rock face with his good friend Dave Nyman, the man who taught him to climb.
We've had great times in the mountains, thousands of hours, and we've taught each other a lot.
Hey, come on, Nimo. Come on, keep up, slow coach.
Great, Jim.
Jim is a better climber overall than me.
Dave and Jim are attempting a route up Mount Johnson that no one has conquered before, though many have tried. It's called the Elevator Shaft, a 2,000-foot ice climb in a wall of granite.
I was looking for something steep and hard to do. I'm a fighter, you know. I grew up as a boxer. I fought every kid in town.
Because a climb is not just the act of climbing, it's also how you interact with your partner, what kind of trust, what kind of knowledge you have of what your partner would do if something happens. Jim's taking out the rope and he's moving fast. He gets up to the end of each length of rope and he keeps pulling me up behind him.
You just forget what's going on when you're going up. I'm climbing. I'm not thinking about anything else. I want to go up.
Hang on, Dave. Gotta get past the snowballs.
After 2 hours of fast climbing, Jim reaches a bulge of snow above him.
I'm looking for ice. I'm looking for something hard to get some purchase in.
I was just kind of hunkering down, trying to keep snow from hitting me as he was fussing around up there.
You're thrashing me, Jim!
He's hollering at me, you know, and it's just constantly the snow's going down.
Have you hit anything yet? This is nowhere, Dave. If I can't find some rock and ice to cling onto, I'll come down. Ah!
Cold wave of snow in a kind of a hissing roar that just whooshes by. He's not moving.
Jim! I'm coming, Jim. Just hold on.
He's about 100 feet down below me. I knew I had to work fast. At this point, I don't know what kind of shape he's in. I don't know if he's choking, if he can't breathe. At that point, I know I have to move really quickly to get to him.
Jim?
I can see blood trickling out of his nose and his mouth and his ear.
Jim?
I touch him, and immediately he comes to life.
Out of the house! We gotta go! Jim, stay with me. Stay with me. Get you down. Jim! I'm gonna get you down. Jim? Stay with me!
I had to transition from being more or less the follower to being the leader. I knew everything was up to me from now on.
Dave's first task is to get Jim out of danger. He has to lower Jim's dead weight 1,000 feet down the near vertical rock face of the elevator shaft.
Over several hours, I would lower him below me, and I'd drop Jim down another full length of rope, maybe 165 feet.
Jim, I need you to wake up! Jim! Oh. Okay, here we go. We're going again.
It takes Dave the best part of 5 hours to lower Jim down to relative safety.
Last bit, Jim. Jim. Damn it, Jim. Stay with me. Stay with me, Jim.
I have no memories of the fall whatsoever. None. The first thing real I remember was Dave screaming at me.
Wake up! Come on. Stay with me.
Dave and Jim are still 5,500 feet up Mount Johnson, in an area rife with avalanches. Battling deep snow and fading light, Dave drags Jim back to where they'd stashed their equipment. Jim has dislocated his head. He drifts in and out of consciousness. Now Dave has to find a way of surviving the night.
I dig straight into the hillside and move the snow from this 45-degree face.
He digs a snow hole. The snow will insulate them from the plummeting temperatures of the oncoming night.
Okay, Jim, let's get you safe.
Jim's helmet's virtually shattered, and he's not moving.
Oh, no.
At that point, I realized that this has gone from bad to even worse. I know with a head injury, you know, if your brain starts to swell, fluids build up, that can pretty much be the end of you. There's all these different things going through your mind. If the weather turns and I don't get word out, we're going to be in a world of hurt. If I go travel alone on the glacier, am I just going to fall in a hole and Jim's left by himself anyway? You don't know what the right answer is.
By morning, Jim is semi-conscious and Dave has made a decision. He's going for help.
Do you think you can light the stove?
Don't go.
Next thing I remember was in the morning, Dave's talking to me. He's telling me he's gonna leave. I told him, I don't want you to leave me. Don't leave me.
I gotta go, Jim. I'm going for help. There's a ski hut up the gorge. Maybe there's people there. They might have a radio. We'll get a plane and be out of here in no time. I'll be back in a few hours, okay?
Leaving a partner in that kind of situation is, you might come back and he'll be buried or he'll be dead.
For First, Dave skis a mile down Mount Johnson to the glacier, which runs like a motorway through the mountains. The ski hut is then a 7-mile struggle uphill, a dangerous route across crevasse-cracked terrain.
Generally, if you fall in a crevasse on that glacier, there's really no hope for you. You're gone. You're gone from the world. You might end up 1,000, 2,000 feet down, straight down. It's pretty frightening.
I don't know who I am. I'm freezing. My forehead's on fire, my body's cold. I'm laying there, I'm pounding, my heart's just going boom, boom, boom. The whole body's just going boom, boom, boom.
After 6 hours hard skiing, Dave reaches the ski hut.
Help! Yeah, radio! Radio! No!
Oh, great. That means there's no cavalry coming today, and we can't just pick up the radio and call a plane passing overhead.
Come and sit down.
The group of skiers are on vacation. One of them is a paramedic. He agrees to go look for Jim.
I'm greatly heartened by this, but I am shot.
Just stay here and rest up. We'll see what we can do.
And I told the 2 skiers leaving, if they don't get to him tonight, they'll probably freeze.
You're clear about where he is. You sure you can find him? We'll just follow your tracks. It's okay.
Hey, be careful with him.
Unable to radio for help, Dave and one of the skiers tramp out a giant SOS in the snow.
I can remember my fevered brow in the snow and still being warm, but my body freezing. You know, I can remember that feeling.
We spent a lot of time together. We've been into a lot of different things.
Hang in there, buddy.
Jim would never give up.
Miles away, alone and exposed on the mountain, Jim is losing his grip on reality again.
Black dreams, just as black as can be, you know. I didn't know who I was with, where I was at. I didn't even know I was a climber.
The next morning, Dave heads out to try and find the rescue party. They're already on their way up the glacier.
They're towing a sled. My heart leaps. Oh, great, great. They're coming back. They've rescued Jim. And then I think there's no way they can ski as fast as they're skiing, towing Jim. Then my heart just drops.
Where's Jim? Didn't you find him?
Look, we skied all the way over to the base of that shaft thing. That's a hell of a climb.
He explains to me that they looked up and they saw a few avalanches coming down and they decided that they didn't have the proper equipment.
It's too dangerous. Getting more people killed won't help anyone.
I'm trying not to be angry. I can't believe what I'm hearing here.
Will somebody come with me? I'm taking that sleeping bag.
You go up there, and you're gonna die.
I could feel them looking at me when I was skiing because I was putting any anger I had right into my plan to save Jim. At that time, the clock was ticking. Every second I felt counted.
Eight miles away, Jim is being buried by snowslides.
I realized I was somewhere bad. I'm totally encased in snow. I'm going, where the hell's Dave?
I raced down the glacier. Maybe what I covered in 6 hours took a half hour, going downhill. And so I made it in no time down to the camp and just started grabbing gear.
Dave heads back up to Mount Johnson, to the snow hole where he'd left Jim 30 hours earlier.
Jim! Jim!
I heard probably the most beautiful sound I've ever heard.
Oh! Oh! And I'm screaming, and I hear Dave.
Jim?
He's buried in a snowslide. Buddy was smiling, just dumb and as happy as you would expect a person in his predicament to be.
I'm crying, I'm back to the helplessness, crying, fighting, I can do both. Feel sorry for myself and fight.
Dave pitches the tent near the snow hole, and at last Jim gets the opportunity to warm up.
This is a nice, big, warm sleeping bag.
Jim, I need to take a look at your hip. I think it might be broken.
I know my hip's busted, you moron. I can take care of my hip. I'll stay in the bag, and you can pull me out of here.
I don't believe that I have the ability to move Jim out of this area.
Skiing off by myself, that's one thing, but I can't drag you out of here. I can't do that, Jim. Listen, there are people at the ski hut. They know we're here. Let's just hunker down and wait for help to come. Hey?
Positively, 100%. He was waiting to get rescued. Dave's waiting for the rescue to come.
Mark Niver and his wife Roberta are flying over the Ruth Glacier looking for a place to land for a romantic picnic.
It was the place that Mark had proposed to me. It was our anniversary, so we decided to go up there. That was our plan.
Stay up there for an hour or two and have some lunch and kind of walk around and we wanted to enjoy the sights because it's just such a gorgeous area up there. As we turned, I could see that the weather doesn't look all that great.
I don't think we should land. I think we better go home.
Okay, hon.
Jim, do you hear that? Jim, come on, man, there's a plane.
And I figured it'll see the SOS. We'll be out of here in no time.
Roberta, look, SOS. We gotta go in.
No, we don't, Mark.
Roberta doesn't want to risk landing. She's 7.5 months pregnant.
What are you doing? You just said we shouldn't land here.
It's an SOS. We have to land.
She's nervous, obviously, and she's telling me, Mark, we can't land. She's kind of hollering at me. It's somewhat distractive as I'm lining up to land.
In the poor light, Mark can't tell if it's 3 feet or 30 feet down to the snow. He tries to abort the landing.
That elevation, you know, the air is pretty thin. The engine doesn't perform at all like it should.
So I grabbed my stomach and held on.
And all of a sudden, we just fell out of the sky.
Dave and Jim remain stranded halfway up Mount Johnson. Unbeknownst to them, Mark and Roberta neither's plane has crashed 8 miles away. Their attempt to help has only made things worse. Fortunately, the shelter of the ski hut is close at hand.
Living in Alaska, things happen. You just have to adapt to what your situation is.
Whoa, where'd you come? Can you help, please?
The baby is still moving, but Roberta has ruptured 2 discs in her back.
I had to pull within myself. It's already a very scary situation. Tried to remain calm and tried not to dwell on what if. I was afraid if I started to think what if, I'd be in trouble.
We saw that SOS. Is it yours?
No. Hey, sit down. It's a long story.
Mark gets all the details of Jim's climbing accident and Dave's determination to rescue him.
Immediately, I'm thinking of those guys. I mean, the snow's falling, the wind's blowing. They're on some side of a mountain someplace, and who knows what condition.
With hope of rescue dwindling, Dave and Jim resign themselves to spending another night on the mountain.
As it gets darker, I can hear the snowflakes hitting the tent. They're huge. We're in no man's land.
Maybe before midnight, we started hearing activity of avalanches in the area.
Dave! Wake up! Wake up, Dave!
I'm screaming at Dave as loud as I can.
Wait up!
All of a sudden, it sounds like jets are coming. It's, you know, it's like sitting right under a 747, just this roaring noise.
The winds pushed ahead of an avalanche can reach hurricane force. Jim and Dave are in the crossfire.
It's louder than a Pink Floyd concert. It's louder than anything, any noise I've ever heard, and it's right above us.
We just started praying.
I don't know who else to turn to. It's in the tent. It's around you. It's inside my sleeping bag.
We really thought this was it. We thought this was the end.
But we're saying these prayers just constantly, you know, 3 every minute for, you know, for hours.
Numerous times we were hit by 100-mile-an-hour wind blasts and just pelted with snow, but the big one didn't come.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha.
Mark's attempts to get a call out are hampered by the surrounding mountains that block the radio signal. Only a plane flying directly overhead will hear his call.
We've crashed on Ruth Glacier. Do you read me? Over.
I'm still amazed to this date that we're still around after that night.
Dave?
Jim has no intention of spending another night on the mountain.
Okay, Dave. I'm ready to go. Let's go. We can't just stay here. We're sitting ducks. You gotta haul me out. We can make it down to the glacier. Someone will see us there, man. No one will see us here.
Jim, would you look? It's too steep.
I didn't think I could do it.
Even if we cut across, we could start an avalanche.
I'm pissed because we're going nowhere.
What are you doing, Dave?
I'm looking for a safe spot.
Come off it. There is no safe spot in this whole valley. We just gotta get out of here.
We're moving over there.
That won't make any difference. Ah!
He puts me in the bivy sack to haul me over there. I don't like anything to do with this.
I set up the tent in this new location, and I feel pretty good about it. I said, Jim, your worries are over, buddy. We're good here until rescue comes.
You're dreaming. You know, just cut the bull. Quit acting all mellow. There's nothing mellow about this.
You are always trying to swim upstream.
What are you talking about?
He's not fighting it. He's just kind of, letting it take him for a ride.
No, I wish I could stand up and walk off this thing. We would be down in an hour if I could stand up, We gotta fight.
What the heck are you talking about?
Man against nature. What a bunch of crock of BS.
I want to go down, Dave.
Do you want to live? Do you want to live? Then do what I tell you to for once.
At the ski hut, they're no closer to alerting a rescue party. The food supply is running low, and the strain is beginning to show.
There is nothing. Nobody there.
I don't know how much longer I can do this, Mark.
I'm sure somebody's made contact that we're missing, but they don't know if we're dead or alive.
This is the 6th night on the mountain, and it's still snowing heavily. Jim and Dave are now holed up in what Dave believes to be a sheltered spot.
And we might get a little bit of a blast. Nothing like the night before. Just feeling good. Yeah, I was right with my assessment. I put us in a safe place. Well, early in the morning, maybe 2 a.m., we heard a roar.
Oh, what the hell is that, Dave? Wait up!
There's a sickening, cracking rumble, explosions, boom.
Fly downhill 200 feet, 300 feet.
Jim, are you okay?
We're completely buried, 100% encased in snow. And my hips just screaming.
I can feel a pocket.
And he pulled me out of the snow. He lays me out on the ground in the sleeping bag, and I'm just laying there. The avalanches are roaring everywhere. It's just as bad, bad. It's war. We're just laying out there with nothing. We can't find anything.
There's nothing left, Dave!
I was just scrambling like a madman. The shovel, it's the key survival tool you have in the mountains.
Come on, man! Before another one comes! That's it! Come on, keep digging! Keep digging! Keep digging!
I'm just thinking the next avalanche is coming and the next one's taking us down the hill. You really could care less about the other person. Sure, you love the guy, but hey, at a certain level, you think about yourself first.
I will clamp myself, I'll chain myself to a leg, I'll bite it off, I'll crawl down here and kick his ass if he leaves me.
There's dark thoughts, darkness that creeps in a survival situation. I don't have to be here. I'm mobile. Why the hell don't I just get out of here?
8 miles up the glacier, Mark Niver is clinging to one hope. This morning, the jet that takes him to work on the Alaskan oil fields will be flying directly overhead. It's their best, maybe their only chance to let people know where they are.
My dad flies that plane. I know the whole crew. I know that they'll be tuned in.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. This is Piper 173 Alpha. Over.
Hello, Mark. Is that you? Over.
How are you doing? Who is this? Over.
Mark, we don't read you. Please reply. Over.
Hello, do you read me? Over.
The pilot can't hear Mark,
Repeat, where are you? Over.
Mayday.
but he can hear the clicks on his radio.
So it's 1 click yes, 2 clicks no.
After 7 days, the word is out.
Understood.
But rescue is impossible until the weather breaks, and no one knows if Jim and Dave are dead or alive.
I was so whooped by the avalanches from the night before. It was like someone pointing a gun at your head, clicking the trigger, shooting it, and just missing your head. And it was like that for hours.
When you looked at him, you just looked at this sagging face, uninspired, totally whooped man.
Hey, Dave. Stop snowing, right?
It's time for me to take over and tell Dave what to start doing. This is a tricky situation for me. I'm pissed, but I can't give him a bad time. I want to go down. I have to work with Dave.
What do you want to do? You want to go back to the base camp? Get some more food? More equipment?
I wanted to go, but I knew if I left, I would not come back. I had a chance to look myself in the eye and say, what's really important to you? And is your life worth more than this person's?
What's happened to you, Dave? I'll tell you what. You get me off this mountain, I will buy you the biggest, juiciest steak you've ever seen in your life at the Double Muskie. What do you say?
I want a 36-ounce filet mignon.
There's no such thing.
That's what I want.
Well, then that's what you're gonna get.
That was a huge, huge turning point for me, having that opportunity to leave and then just really deciding with 100% certainty that we were gonna make it together, that I'm not gonna leave him.
So begins a back-breaking ordeal to drag Jim down the mountain.
Start to shovel the trail, pack it down, then it'd go back and pull Jim.
You're doing it. See, I told you could do it. I love you, Dave.
This is the most focused I've ever seen Dave in his life. He's really getting it together.
Inch by inch, foot by foot, we're moving down the valley.
After 17 hours, they've gone less than half a mile closer to the glacier.
Dave? Dave?
You're doing it, man. You're doing it.
All of a sudden, we're flying downhill. I'm screaming bloody murder.
And I pick up speed, and this is it. I'm falling. Free fall. Backwards. This is it.
Jim's luck has held. He's been caught on a ledge 30 feet below the surface.
Ah! Is that it? Is that all you got?
I start screaming at God, you know. I'm telling him, I can take more. I can take more.
Come on! I can take more!
Dave has been swept far deeper into the 500-foot crevasse.
I just barely avoided going down to the bottom. You could kind of see 300, 400 feet down it.
Jim. 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 Oh, Jim.
There's a ramp.
And he says, Jim. He goes, there's a way out.
We can make that, Jim. We can make that.
Ramp must have been about 70 degrees. It was just ridiculous.
Okay, Jim. On the count of 3. 1, 2. Ah!
And again. 1, 2. Yeah! That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Good, Jim. You're helping me.
I'm looking right up at Dave. He's looking right down at me. This is going to be a lot of work.
Hold yourself there. I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Come on, man. 1, 2, 3.
It's total team effort. Total us working together.
I had to try to get him up this ramp.
Jim, you gotta help me.
He didn't have an ice axe, didn't have a shovel. Now my precious shovel is gone.
Get on you! Man, I'm holding!
We're probably moving a foot at a time. Sometimes we're probably only making 4 inches on a pull.
Come on! Come on, Jimmy, nearly there!
We're laughing. We're out of the crevasse. We're laughing.
Dave, there's the glacier. Let's just go for it. Let's toboggan down right now.
No. No way. It's too steep. It's full of crevasses.
I'm feeling invincible. I can slide over crevasses. Nothing's gonna kill me. I'm sliding out of control down the gorge. I feel like I'm sledding as a kid.
As soon as I got over 1 mile an hour, it just took off like a rocket.
It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get in today at all. Visibility is too bad. Over.
So I go back up to the mountain hut, and everybody's got this hopeful look on their face.
Looks like they're not going to be able to come in today.
That's great.
When I think back, it's amazing I remained as calm as possible until I started crying. I just started losing it.
I swore I could hear voices, and I don't know if I'm going crazy. I could hear birds chirping, seemingly miles away. I could hear the tinkle of the snowflakes as it hit the snow. My senses became very acute.
Jim and Dave have finally made it to the glacier where they can be seen. It may be too late.
I am starving. I haven't eaten but a few tablespoons in the week and maybe had a couple sips of water. If we don't get picked up now, I'm gonna die soon.
Now you're an airplane. And then I see a little red dot coming up the glacier.
A brief and almost miraculous break in the clouds has made rescue possible.
That was a great moment. It was really hard for me to, of course I broke down and cried at that point. And
You did it, Dave. You did it.
It's the best sound I've ever heard in my life. We're at the pearly gates. I mean, he's right there. He's circling over us. He keeps tilting his wings at us.
Get your act together.
He's saying, don't cry, stand up, you're a hero. And so he's telling me all this stuff of how to act, you know. You saved my life, you're a hero.
You don't want to be blubbering when the helicopter comes.
Shut up, Jim.
Alerted by Mark's radio, planes have been flying above the clouds searching until the weather suddenly cleared. Those few minutes of sunlight have saved them all.
And when I got off the helicopter at the hospital, we could see our friends all lined up on the fence. It was great. Of course, my mom was happy to see I was the one that was walking.
I smoke dope the whole time I'm in the hospital. My buddies show up with a bunch of beer. It's like a party every day in my room.
Eight weeks later, Roberta gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Though Jim never fully recovered from his hip injury, it didn't stop him climbing. Dave is now a father and doesn't climb as much as he'd like to. For his efforts to save Jim, Dave was awarded the Carnegie Medal for bravery.
Remember the life jackets?
Two old school friends decide a fishing trip to Mexico would be a great way to repair their rocky relationships with their dads.
Getting all this, Dad? Beautiful.
I hadn't seen my dad in quite a while. I didn't have the kind of father-son relationship typically at that point in your life that you have.
What promises to be the ultimate male bonding holiday soon turns into a nightmare.
What did you do?
Mayday, mayday, mayday.
As they are forced to ditch their plane in the middle of the sea. As the dads struggle to survive the heavy seas, one son decides to strike out alone in search of help.
Jim, I'm gonna try and make it ashore. On my own.
I just remember feeling almost in awe at his bravery.
But behind this courageous act lies a deeply personal mission.
My dad never saw me as being a strong person, and I was going to show him that I could do this.
Jim Hawley and Jens Lundy have known each other practically all their lives.
He's more like, almost like a brother, you know, somebody I could never get rid of if I wanted to. You know, we'll always be friends.
Hey, do you remember the life jackets?
Yeah, I got him. You worry about flying the plane.
We've always been really close friends.
Here they come.
The friends have asked their fathers to join them for a weekend of fishing in Mexico. They hope that the trip will prove a turning point in their relationships.
I hadn't seen Jens probably in 3 or 4 years. We kind of drifted apart.
When I called my dad, I don't know that he put as much thought into, I'll get to hang out with my kid.
Hi, Dad.
And really just have that dad-kid friend relationship that I was looking for. But he was real receptive because I had said the magic word fishing.
Jim gets off to a good start with his dad.
So I finally get to see the aviator in action.
One of my first thoughts was,
how impressed I was with Jim at his meticulous checking of the aircraft.
That's why I had no idea that it took so much work to get such a small plane off the ground.
Well, once you're in...
That wasn't the Jim that I knew as kind of a helter-skelter, do it quick, do it now kind of a person.
Better to be safe than sorry, right?
Yeah.
But for Jens, getting to know his dad again is proving tough.
Can I take the rod?
No.
Okay. Leave that now. I'm gonna take this up, okay?
All right, here we go. All right.
Is it gonna fit? Yeah, that'll fit, okay.
You sure it's gonna fit through there?
Easy does it.
All right, I need the life preservers now, Dad, okay?
Life preservers.
It wasn't a real organized trip. The life jackets that I purchased were cheap inshore life jackets. They were $4 a piece, and I thought, well, I'll bring these back if we don't use them.
We really didn't have much as far as in the way of emergency preparedness.
Jim continues to impress his dad with his aviation skills.
Real smooth takeoff, Jim.
Couldn't ask for a finer day, gentlemen.
The fun things that I saw out of the trip was to be able to go with Jim and have him be able to fly the plane down there, and that he was showing that part of his success in life. But I was very happy with that, and I thought this will be an opportunity for us to spend some time together and talk about things maybe we haven't talked about before.
I love flying, and I love the freedom that it gives. I also love the responsibility, and some would call it risk.
Jim has been flying for 3 years and has clocked up over 200 hours in the air. From Arizona, it's a 3.5-hour hop to the small Mexican port of Loreto on the Baja California coast. To the south, the sparkling waters of the Sea of Cortez teem with marine life. There are tuna, marlin, and yellowtail. But it's also home to 150 different types of shark and a highly unpredictable giant Humboldt squid.
Getting all this, Dad? Yeah. Beautiful.
Yeah, this flight was smooth. We could see the water was beautiful, and the sun was up, and clear skies.
As I got ready to take a nap, I put opera on my Walkman to sleep to. It's real comforting, and it's a great opera, The Marriage of Figaro.
3 hours later, the plane is 30 minutes from touchdown, directly over the Sea of Cortez.
Hey, look at that cloud!
Loretta Tower, Mooney, November 201, Juliet Mike. I'm about 30 miles out. I see a lot of weather building in front of me. Can you give me an idea of the weather at the airport?
I had kind of a premonition that something was going to go on with this, something was going to happen.
I was beginning to get pretty concerned. I couldn't raise anyone.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna take us through this. We'll make better time.
Jim thinks it's just a squall, but he's actually flying into a violent storm.
It was just a real weird mix of waking up and trying to figure out where in the story I was in the opera and what was going on in the plane at that point.
It was alarming because it was so sudden. I didn't see any indications that it was that severe until we were in it.
Jim, what's happening?
It was one of those types of storms that it was getting worse by the second. And then it started to get turbulent, and I think I saw a lightning strike or two really close.
We're in the storm, and there's no up, there's no down.
I looked at everybody else's faces. They kind of had a look of concern, but they're looking at me to see if I have a look of concern.
I'm gonna take us up.
Good! I'd like to have my stomach back!
As soon as we were heading the other direction, the sky got blue, the turbulence stopped, the rain stopped.
Everybody okay?
I didn't think you felt the bumps in first class.
Their sense of relief doesn't last long.
It was very alarming when the engine quit. It just sort of grenaded.
What's happened, son?
I don't know.
There's a single propeller blade stuck in the vertical position right in front of us.
It was like the hand of God reached up and shook the plane.
What did you do? I didn't do anything. What?
And he kind of gave me the, hang on, let's figure this out.
Can you get it started?
And there was kind of silence in the plane for a few minutes.
I can't.
Jim and Jens's fishing trip to Mexico with their dads has gone terribly wrong. After flying through a violent storm, their aircraft's engine suddenly failed. Now they face the terrifying prospect of ditching in open sea.
Mayday, mayday, mayday. Loretto Tower, Mooney, 201, Juliet Mike.
This is unreal. This can't be happening.
25 miles northeast, engine failure. Mayday, mayday, mayday.
I didn't know if my transmission, where I had told them where I was, had even been heard, because I didn't hear a response back.
Sorry, guys, we're going in.
I could see part of the Baja shoreline. I could see, the other direction, nothing but ocean. And I just thought, well, we really don't have any place to go.
Okay, guys, I'm taking us back into the storm. The headwind will slow us down.
Jim's plan to slow the plane down will help reduce their impact with the water, but it's a risky strategy. If the airspeed drops too far, the plane will simply drop out of the sky.
When the airplane quits flying, that's bad. That's usually you get severely killed when that happens.
I can see the water, and it was ugly. Huge waves. Huge waves.
Unlatch the door. Brace yourselves.
I was ready. I had the headrest in my hands. If that was the last thing I ever saw, I wanted to see what happened to me.
Are we going to be knocked unconscious and die, or is it just going to be, boom and lights out?
I realized that nothing had happened that I was expecting to happen. I was expecting the plane to cartwheel and come apart in pieces.
We're alive.
A plane was not meant to float. It was gonna sink. I was getting out of the plane.
I opened the handle and kicked the door open. And I just undid my seatbelt and jumped out.
Decided to better get the hell out of the aircraft.
Jim was still in the pilot seat, and I was reaching in going, come on, come on, come on, come on, get out, get out, get out.
It was so stormy. I mean, the wind was blowing so hard, the waves were so big and crashing, and it seemed like the sea was going to swallow anything, including us. The airplane began to sit lower and lower into the water within just a few moments.
The men have no choice. They grab hold of anything that will keep them afloat and jump into the terrifying seas.
I looked back at the airplane. It was hovering, just the tail sticking out of the water.
The navigation lights on the plane were still on. And you could see it as it sank and got farther and farther away, and you kept seeing this strobe. You're there with 3 people, but you felt really alone.
For just a soft moment, I thought, my God, how did those people feel when the Titanic went down? You know, you're looking at it, and it's just our little aircraft, but it was the only thing we had.
He couldn't breathe, and the whole time he's trying to get his life vest on, and there wasn't anything we could do to help him.
The life jackets that I purchased were approximately for children aged 12 to 15, 100 pounds.
Jens is bitterly regretting his bid to save money on life jackets.
Jim and I were fine in the smaller life jackets, but our dads were not.
Jim's dad, 58-year-old John, is the one who's struggling most.
I was able to get my shoulders through the straps of the little life jacket, and it kind of ended up being on my back like a backpack.
They may have survived the ditching, but their fight for life is only just beginning. The Sea of Cortez is over 90,000 square miles of open water, with barely any boat traffic. And it's constantly patrolled by dangerous predators like sharks and giant squid. But right now, the men face a more immediate danger.
The storm was terrible. The wind was blowing. Lightning, tons of lightning. And John was really scared of the lightning.
The lightning looked like telephone poles. And they would hit the water, and I was thinking, how close does that have to get to us to be a danger to us?
Each bolt carries up to 100 million volts, and the salt in the water actually helps to conduct the electricity. If a bolt strikes the water even several feet away from the men, the shock could still kill them. Jim is getting increasingly anxious about his father.
My dad had now become very quiet. He was just sort of staring straight ahead, almost like he's in a daze.
It's an hour since they ditched, and their situation is becoming desperate.
We heard the heavy drum beat, the sound of a helicopter. It was just, it was the most beautiful sound I'd ever heard.
Jim's mayday call did get through after all.
We had swim fins that were yellow or neon green. That was all we had. And then the noise got quieter and quieter and quieter. And we realized he didn't see us. He's not coming back. How much investment does it take to have some flare guns? You know, you can pull them out, pop, and all of a sudden now, you're an instant target to your would-be rescuer. It was just terribly disappointing because by that time it was now late in the afternoon. The prospects of being out there all night were really frightening.
John is losing his fight to keep his head out of the water.
The waves kept crashing over the top, and I swallowed a lot of salt water, and Everything I had came up. It just made me violently ill.
Dad! Are you okay?
I just was totally out of control, and I felt in my mind I'm losing control of the situation. As Jim was trying to comfort me, I was trying to assure him to get that guilt off of his mind, because I think he was felt guilty because we were in the water, he felt guilty because I was sick, he felt guilty because he thought maybe I wasn't going to survive or I wasn't going to make it.
Stop swallowing, Mark!
It was frightening. It was very frightening. I didn't want to watch my dad die, especially didn't want to watch him die just because of, you know, drowning or asphyxiation right there in front of us when there's nothing we could do about it.
Dad, please hold on!
John's vomiting is rapidly dehydrating him. If it doesn't stop, it could prove fatal. As his friend's father continues to deteriorate, Jens reaches a decision.
I was worried about John. I couldn't handle watching John die. I didn't want to be there for that.
Jim! Jim!
Jens and Jim separated from us for some reason.
We need to get help for your dad! I don't think anyone's coming! I'm gonna try and make it ashore.
My plan at that point was to leave Jim with my dad to care for my dad in case something happened.
Okay, let's do it! No, Jim! On my own!
And I said, come on, that's... Are you gonna swim you're gonna swim alone? You're just gonna leave us and swim alone?
That doesn't make sense! We should swim together!
I had already made up my mind at that point that I was leaving.
Jim, I need you to stay here. I need you to look after your dad. He's sick, Jim. He might not make it. And if he goes, I need you to take care of my dad. I don't want him to be on his own. Look, I need to go get help. I need to go now. Okay.
Jens was so insistent, and his logic seemed sound.
We'll all make it out of this, I promise.
My concern at that point was that my dad would recognize that I was leaving before I was far enough away.
Okay. I don't want my dad coming after me. You stay here until I'm out of sight, and then go back and tell him.
I said, I'll see you later on tonight or tomorrow, and you just keep swimming in that direction, and I'll do the same. And if they find me before they find you, I'll know where you're at, and vice versa.
We'll all make it out of this alive.
I could see him, and then I couldn't see him because of the waves, and then I could see him, and I couldn't see him.
They were one wave farther away, and then 2 waves farther away, and 3, and it just kept going until 300 yards away, you couldn't see him anymore.
Jens has only a vague idea in which direction the land lies. If he gets it wrong, he could end up swimming further out to sea.
He finally disappeared from my sight. It was kind of a lonely feeling at that point because I was by myself then too. I think I would have been so frightened to swim by myself. I just remember feeling almost in awe at his bravery. It was just a very brave thing to do.
Jim knows it may be the last time he sees his friend. Now he has to break the news to Jens's father.
Where's Jens? He's going for help. Why'd you let him go by himself? You shouldn't have let him go by himself. That's my son.
And he said that they had decided that somebody needed to go for help. And since Jens is probably the strongest swimmer of all of us, he took the swim fins that Jim had on.
My dad never saw me as being a strong person, and I was going to show him that I could do this, and he couldn't. It was that It was that I've grown up and I'm going to show you.
Jens is swimming in the right direction, but what he doesn't realize is that land is 10 miles away. An almost impossible swim through such heavy seas. Even if he makes it, a treacherous reef blocks his route to shore. The men have now been in the water for 8 hours.
I was wondering, how far has he made it? How far has he made it? And I remember looking at my watch and trying to calculate in my head how much speed he could be making through the water to shore, and just, peering off into the distance and wondering, did he make it there?
Jens is making slow progress. He has no idea how far away land is, or if he even has the strength to make it there alive.
I was just done. I didn't feel that I was going to be able to actually make it to shore at that point, because I was fighting these waves and just you swim uphill and then downhill and uphill.
Jim's dad is now exhausted and seriously dehydrated. His condition is deteriorating by the hour.
I felt very helpless because there's nothing I could do. I couldn't pick him up, I couldn't hold him, I couldn't drag him off in any direction to safety. There's a feeling of extreme helplessness.
As night falls, an exhausted Jens swims on.
And the storm cleared up, and I could see stars. As I was swimming, I thought about what if John didn't make it. There was a shooting star, and you always hear that that's the representative of an angel, and I thought John had died. That was difficult. That was pretty hard. But I thought, I'm not going to let this beat me.
With renewed determination to save his father and his friends, Jens pushes himself on. But then he gets a shock.
I felt there were things around me, and I started feeling kind of pinprick sensations every once in a while and could not figure out why that was happening.
Jens realizes, to his horror, that he is not alone in the water. Jens has ditched in the Sea of Cortez with his best friend and their fathers. In a desperate effort to save them, he struck out alone for the shore.
We had to let somebody know that we were alive and that we needed to be rescued.
As night fell, the storm subsided. But Jens still has many hours swimming ahead of him before he can reach land and raise the alarm.
I'd been swimming for nearly 6 hours. I was thirsty, really thirsty.
Exhausted, Jens faces a new ordeal. A swarm of stinging jellyfish.
It felt like when your hand goes to sleep or your foot goes to sleep, just in little spots all over. And they were getting in my shorts, which is not a place you really want jellyfish.
The barrage of stings push Jens's already exhausted body to the verge of total collapse. Out in open water, John, Jim, and Bill wait. The men have no idea what lurks beneath them.
We didn't talk about what dangers in the water. We were in the water, there was no way to get out of it, so if I began worrying about it or talking about it or creating a situation in my mind, I thought, well, that's not going to be good.
What the hell was that? What? I felt something. It felt warm. It brushed against my legs.
I knew for sure there was something else in the water with us then.
Are you okay?
I don't know.
It brought back also to the reality that, hey, you know, maybe something is stalking us.
Jim knows these waters are full of dangerous predators. One of the most feared is the giant Humboldt squid.
The squid are very aggressive, and they're very large, and they're very capable of killing a person. They are very easily provoked into a frenzy. And if you're in the water during that time, it could be very dangerous.
Mexican fishermen call the jumbo squid Diablos Rojos, red devils. They can grow up to 7 feet long and weigh more than 100 pounds. The squid's powerful tentacles pull the prey into its mouth, where it tears it to shreds with its razor-sharp beak. Whatever was stalking the men has gone away for now. All they can do is pray it won't come back. Jens has been swimming for over 10 hours. He's almost no strength left and is close to despair.
That's when I started hearing something. And couldn't really figure out at first what it was that I was hearing. And would stop and just be as quiet as possible and try to control my breathing and try to slow down my heartbeat so I could hear this noise that was happening every couple seconds. And finally came to the realization that I was hearing waves breaking on something. And the closer I got, the louder they got. And still couldn't really guess or tell what I was swimming towards. I smashed my knee on something solid. It cut me right where my knee hit the rock. And then the rock is covered in sea urchins. And they went right through the swim fins, right into the bottoms of my feet. So now I'm kind of bleeding from my knee, bleeding from my feet, standing up on this rock. And that's the first solid piece of ground that I had stood on in over 12 hours.
Jens realizes that after 2 hours swimming towards the crashing waves, he's still nowhere near dry land.
Then started realizing that if I was on one rock, what I was hearing the waves breaking up was more rocks. And that I was headed right into a washing machine full of sharp rocks.
Jens has reached the dangerous reef. A whirlpool of surf and treacherous rocks bars his way to shore. He has just one option.
I knew that I had to swim back the way that I came. It was heart-wrenching to know that I had to push off of this solid piece of ground and swim back out into the ocean.
In the open sea, John has stopped vomiting. Ironically, it's Jim, the youngest and fittest of all of them, who is now in the most danger. He is feeling the first effects of hypothermia.
Here I am, I'm 24 hours without sleep. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, I'm very tired. I'm very thirsty. I've gone a long time without sleep, a long time without anything to drink or eat.
Dad, are you cold? No, I'm okay. Bill? No, I don't think so. Are you all right? I can't stop shivering. You'll be fine.
I'd have to rest my head on my dad's shoulder because I didn't have anything to support my head, and I began to get kind of fearful.
I'm so sorry, Dad. I got us in such a mess.
It's not your fault, Jim. We landed the plane, and we're alive.
I had way too much to live for, you know? All I wanted to do was make sure I got back to my beautiful wife and my child. I could hear my wife's voice of encouragement. Just hang in there. You can get through this. I'm fighting off the cold. I'm fighting off the chills by using more energy to keep myself warm. And I remember thinking, how long can I keep that up? How long until the body finally just gives out? And will I be aware of that happening, or will I just sort of, all of a sudden, you know, there's a light and there's Grandma and Elvis and, you know.
It's now over 12 hours since their plane was forced to ditch in the sea, and all 3 men are beginning to lose hope. They don't know if they can make it till daylight. Their only glimmer of hope is Jens making it to shore, but they have no idea if he is still alive. Jens is still struggling to find his way through the hazardous reef. Finally, after 2 hours, he sees something.
It was just, it was amazing. As I swam farther and farther south, I saw a light on the beach. It was a Mexican fisherman that had camped out on this beach.
He doesn't get the reaction he was expecting. The fishermen are wary. People coming ashore in the middle of the night are often drug smugglers.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. No hablo español.
The fisherman spoke no English. Not enough to communicate what happened and what I needed.
Mi amigo, they're still out there. No, I don't understand.
Cálmate.
And when I finally realized that we weren't going anywhere, I was just done. And just started crying.
Jim's condition is deteriorating. All they can do is hang on to the hope that Jens has made it ashore. Jens has made it, but any hope of rescue is still a long way off. Dawn. The warmth of the sun brings some relief to the 3 men still lost at sea. They are lucky to be alive, but their situation is still bleak.
As the sun got up higher and higher and we could see better, there was a very ugly reality of really how far offshore we were.
They're beginning to suspect the worst, that Jens never made it to shore and no rescuers are coming.
I'm thinking, we ought to hear something, we ought to see something, but there was nothing.
They're not looking for us.
Jim faces a dilemma. His dad and Bill may not survive an arduous swim, but the longer they wait, the weaker they will get. and predators are still an ever-present fear. He decides they must swim west and hope to hit the Baja coast.
I realized by letting go of the ice chest, we could make so much faster time. We could reach shore so much faster.
But the older men are fearful. They're thirsty, dehydrated, and very tired from their long ordeal.
Dad, Bill, let go of the chest. We can swim much faster without it.
And I remember the look on my dad's face. Once he let go of that ice chest, he had to let go of it mentally as well as physically.
And I'm thinking, well, I can make twice the time when we're off that ice chest as I can without it.
Bill, let go of the chest.
Bill did not want to let go of the ice chest, and it wasn't long before we were 50, maybe 100 feet apart. And it became apparent to Bill that he was a stationary object.
But the shore is a long way away. After more than 18 hours in the sea, the strength of all three men is nearly spent. Jens is led away by the fishermen. He has no idea where they're taking him, but he's given up trying to make himself understood.
It was horribly frustrating to not be able to tell them, look, we need to go back out there and find these other people. They are in danger. And instead of heading out to look for the others, they started taking me south.
What Jens doesn't know is that the fishermen are taking him to the port of Loreto. There, he can at last alert the authorities to mount a rescue mission. Now, he faces an agonizing wait for news.
There was a curious bunch of seagulls. They would come out and kind of hover over us and then fly back to shore. I think they were monitoring our progress or seeing if one of us was going to die so they could get an easy meal. But I remember one of the seagulls came so close to me, I actually swung at it with my hand.
The three men have been swimming for hours, and now Jim worries that his dad is pushing himself too hard.
I remember my dad behaving odd. My dad wanted to get to shore or die trying. He was focused like a laser beam on getting to shore.
I gave up in my mind that they were looking for us. I didn't believe they were looking for us. I felt like we had to get to shore.
I could see something appear on the horizon.
Dad, hey, it's a helicopter.
It was coming our way, but my dad didn't stop swimming.
Help! Hey! Hey! Here! Stop swimming! Help!
We were all waving and screaming and hollering and everything in the water.
It circled around us.
We're here! Help!
And then as soon as it circled around us, it headed off back from the direction which it came.
And as it turned away from us, I thought, why are they coming over us and just hovering, waving, throw us a candy bar, something, do something to let us know that they've seen us, that they found us.
We thought for sure we were going to have to do our own rescue and go on into shore on our own, that nobody was going to take care of us.
The exhilaration of seeing them was very high. It felt like you'd just jump out of the water and run on the water. And yet the letdown was even stronger when it turned and went away.
For the second time in 24 hours, the men feel alone and abandoned. While Jens waits for news, he has to make the toughest call of his life, to Jim's wife. And he doesn't even know if Jim is dead or alive.
she answered the phone, and I gave her, "Hey, Cheryl, how you doing?"
Hey, Cheryl, how you doing?
She said, I'm fine."
This might not shock you, but things didn't quite turn out the way we planned.
And she said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well..."
We had to ditch the plane in the ocean.
And she said, "Where's Jim?"
Dad, stop swimming! Dad, you gotta keep swimming! Dad! They're here! Keep swimming, Dad! Look! Look! They're here! Help! Dad, look! Help! Help! They're here!
The Mexican Navy, alerted by the helicopter search crew, are on their way. Jens' epic swim has saved their lives.
We could see on the deck of the boat a large party of sailors.
They were so happy to see us in the water and see us alive. I think they were happier than we were.
In a lot of their missions, all they found was bodies. And some of the young sailors were crying.
There was a great feeling of relief, but there was also a fearful moment. Even though now we were rescued, the thought recurred to me, what about Jens?
There was this crowd mulling around at the dock. And all these people that were there waiting just started clapping. And they all were kind of looking at me, looking in my face. It was kind of a, hey, that's the guy. Up until that point, I didn't realize that I was that guy.
I could see Jensen walking towards us. There was my buddy. That was a great moment.
It was so great to see him in person, and it's like, thank God, thank you, you know, that you allowed him to survive.
And Jim was the first one off the boat. And he hugged me.
I thought you were dead.
There was a huge sense of relief for the both of us to see each other again.
Yes.
And my dad came over and hugged me and told me he loved me. And that's the first time my dad had said that in years. At that point, I really felt that he did. I felt that he was proud of me.
And I still think of him as a hero.
Jim and his father have since been back to Mexico to go fishing. And Jens and his father now stay in regular contact. Despite their ordeal, Jim and Jens still go flying together. Why the aircraft's engine failed is a mystery that has never been solved. This is the true story of an ordinary journey
I think we took a wrong turn back there.
that becomes a descent into hell.
Jim, stop! Oh, God.
A family is lost in the wilderness for 9 days, in sub-zero temperatures with no food. Nobody knows where to look for them. A young father faces an agonizing choice: to stay with his family and face certain death, or walk into the unknown to seek help.
How the hell are we going to get out of this?
Okay, tiny bird. So, gonna go on a big, long trip. Can you grab that?
Hello?
21-year-old Army Private Jim Stolper is planning to drive to his grandmother's funeral in Idaho with his 20-year-old wife Jennifer and their baby Clayton.
Yeah, I miss her too. I was quite driven to get to this funeral. I was a very family-oriented person, and the loss of any member of the family was hard on me.
Well, Kevin and me were thinking maybe you should just stay put for now. Well, it's nearly 1,000 miles, and the weather's going to get bad again.
Jim's mother and stepfather are already in Idaho and growing concerned about the weather.
Don't worry, Mom.
I was getting a little nervous because it was snowy, blizzardy, and I really did not want him traveling because it was bad all across the area.
Yes, of course, you're a great driver.
Jim's mom told us not to come.
No.
She's like, don't risk the weather, just stay there. She didn't want us to go for reasons that we didn't think were good enough to stay back, so we decided, nah, we're leaving anyways.
Poor Clay. He's gonna be stuck in this thing forever. What is it, like a 13-hour drive?
He'll sleep right through. Isn't that right, little boy? Are we good?
Severe blizzards are causing extensive road closures again today in California and Nevada.
Jim and Jennifer set off. They haven't made the 800-mile journey before, but reckon it'll take at least 12 hours. They head northeast from the San Francisco Bay towards Pocatello, Idaho. What they haven't bargained for are blizzards, which have already closed the main interstate highway, their most direct route.
They were telling us the roads would be closed until the next morning, and we certainly didn't want to wait a whole nother day. So we thought we'd try to get a map and maybe see if there was an alternate route. We're just pretty determined by then, you know, this is, like, we're gonna do it.
Thanks, sir. Have a good day now. And you?
Great.
Okay, so blizzard's right here. The I-80's closed.
Okay, let's go north and cut across east, which takes us onto the I-140 right here.
All the way to Pocatello.
We just thought, okay, here's where the roads are closed. This is the main part of the storm.
Here we go.
Let's take this road that goes way up and around it to try to just go. That's what we thought we were doing, was going around the storm. Little do we know it had already been through there and dumped a lot of snow on the ground.
We could see dark skies coming from the west. It was getting to be late, and there wasn't much traffic. At one point, the roads got a little snowy, and we were a little concerned, so we stopped at a service station, and this is where we had chains installed. We had planned to call and let my mother and stepfather and family know that we had taken this alternate route. We didn't have a cell phone, so we looked for a payphone.
Damn it. It's eating all my quarters.
We knew that my mother would be worried about us. So we were disappointed we couldn't call. but we were also relieved that we weren't adding to her grief at the moment.
After a while, there wasn't any snow anymore. The road was pretty clean and bare. But when you have chains on your car, you can't make up any time. You just have to go so slow.
I got out and I looked up and down the road and I didn't see snow on the road. I actually got down and felt it and it was dry. So we opted to take the chains off so we could make better time. You know, we were young, confident. We didn't know any better. We weren't experienced enough to know that things can get really bad really fast.
There was snow back on the road by this time. It was like getting pretty bad.
But we didn't want to slow down and stop, and you know, at this point we're just figuring, okay, well, I can still see the road ahead of us, let's just keep going. This is a very minor road. We shouldn't have been on the road in the first place, but the sign that declared the road closed was buried in snow. The road was covered with just unbroken snow, and we were making the tracks now.
Where the hell are we? This map makes no sense. This is weird. It's totally deserted. Wait, you know what? I think we took a wrong turn back there. Jim! Jim, stop! Jim, we're in about 2 feet of snow! Jim, stop! You're making it worse! Jim, stop! Jim, stop! Stop! It's okay.
Right there was when fear hit me, like, oh, God, wow, that's a lot of snow. That's pretty deep.
It took a while to really figure out what really had just happened.
I can't believe this.
What is this stupid road anyway?
We were a little concerned, but people get stuck in the snow all the time, and it's not that much of an issue because there are other people around to help.
Oh, we are going nowhere tonight.
So we decided to just wait it out and hope for somebody to come along and help us.
Look, honey, we still got plenty of time to get to Idaho. If we don't freeze to death first.
It's not the end of the world. We'll flag somebody down tomorrow and go get us a tow truck or something.
Jim, Jennifer, and Clay spend an uneasy night in the truck. They have no idea they've driven off the Nevada backroads into the middle of a 5,000-acre wilderness.
Oh, God.
Holy shit. What is this place? There's nothing.
What have we done?
When we saw how desolate the area was, it occurred to us that that road probably wasn't very well used. And I guess there was a little bit of anger at first.
Gravel!
Because it looked main enough to us at the time.
This isn't even a paved road. How could we be so stupid?
We didn't know really where we were.
Look.
But the last town we had passed through was well over 50 miles.
The only place we can be is here. We must have left the 299 right about here.
Let me look. Wildlife refuge. God, it's huge. How are we gonna get out of here? We'll never get those too tight, crappy chains back on without tools.
To make us feel like we were doing something to help the situation, we decided to try to dig the truck out. So pretty much all day long, that's what we did.
The wind was blowing. The snow was really dry, so as fast as we could shovel it out with our hands and cups, the wind was blowing it right back in our way.
There was so much snow underneath the truck, in front of it, behind it. We really couldn't get it moved at all. This wasn't the answer. This isn't how we're going to get out of this. But we were still kind of hopeful that somebody would notice this truck in this location or drive by, or if a plane flew overhead or something. We decided to stay with the truck. We spent time getting cozy, using clothing and towels and whatever we could find to plug up any areas where cool air was getting in. Every now and then we would turn the truck on and get the heat going and listen on the radio for any news of a search for us, but we never heard anything.
F for fries.
No.
Just decided to kill the time by playing Hangman and 20 Questions.
M.
No.
Oh, man.
The food issue was always right there.
C for chocolate.
Oh, God, chocolate.
Hunger wasn't quite as bad as being as thirsty as we were.
Okay.
Surviving on very dry snow.
D.
A D. No, you are dead.
Man.
My stepson has no reason to go AWOL. He was granted leave, and he has to be at a funeral.
We were getting very concerned. We then started calling the highway patrols, and they said it's a New Year's weekend, and they had more important things that they were concerned about at that time with the road conditions the way they were than looking for a possible missing person.
Okay, but how long does it take before someone is listed as a missing person?
We were really worried, but they just couldn't help us in any way.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for your help, except you haven't been any.
Kevin really wanted to leave, but we still had the funeral to go to.
Clayton was breastfeeding still, and we were just introducing solids into his diet. The little bits of baby food that we had left, we tried to ration to him in conjunction with breastfeeding as best we could.
You want some fruitcake? You should eat, you know.
We should have brought some real food.
We had crumbs of this bag of chips and a fruitcake, which Jennifer didn't eat. She didn't like it and didn't want it. So I ate that, and that was all we had as far as food goes.
We left my sister's house, left a note on the door for Jim and Jennifer just in case they would show up, to give them directions on where the church was and hoping that they would make it there. And we had to go to the funeral. Kevin and I had already packed our things the night before because Kevin needed to get back to the Bay Area.
I'm so sorry to rush off, Jean, but we have to get home tonight. Kevin's gonna get some of his TV buddies to help us find them.
Hey, everything's under control here.
So we headed back to California. Kevin had contacts there because of his background in cable television, and he knew if we didn't get the media involved, it would be just another missing person that no one ever knew about again.
We should see sunny spells all across western Nevada.
We knew that it's been days now and nobody's come, and we knew we were going to have to do something. And we had heard on the radio that the weather was supposed to clear up and get better on Saturday.
Listen, I've been thinking.
Nobody's coming, are they?
We can't just sit here and starve. And if the weather's gonna break, then we could walk. We could make it to the highway.
How far do you think, Jim?
Well, there can't be anything for 50 miles back the way we came. But if we go this way, to the I-140, it's, I don't know, 20 miles?
How long will it take?
If we leave early tomorrow, we could be there by nightfall. If the weather guys are right.
Okay. At least we'll be together, right?
That's all that matters. We should maybe write something. Just a note to whoever might... You know, just in case.
We wrote a will that was for our family, you know, as a last kind of goodbye.
Mostly just apologies, really. Like, just really sorry that we put our parents through that, and that if this is how it turned out, you know, just to know that we're happy that we were together, and, you know, we loved each other, and if that was what was going to happen, at least we were all together for it.
If you are reading this, then we must be dead. Don't be sad. We tried our best to make it, but God must have wanted or needed us sooner than we thought. Our biggest regret is that we've lost time together. We honestly can't give a justifiable reason as to our whereabouts when this occurred. We were just determined to make it all the way to Idaho so you would quit worrying about us. Please cremate my body and bury Jim in the Forest Hills Cemetery by his grandfather.
And Clay?
Things started happening quickly once we got home.
Sandy, be sure and get on the deck at NBC.
Kevin got some action going. Our house then became command central. It just became a zoo. All the news channels were there on a daily basis.
And I think if we can get those press releases out to the local papers, I think that'd be a good start.
All right. It was just a very busy kind of time for everyone, trying to generate enough interest in these three people.
Try not to worry.
Kevin got a truck from a friend to go search himself through Nevada and California. He would have gone nuts sitting there, not being able to do anything.
We needed to go. Nobody's coming. We're alone. We're gonna have to do something to get Clayton and ourselves out of there.
We knew our shoes weren't waterproof, so we each put on some pantyhose, a couple of layers of socks, and we took the plastic from the dry cleaner bags that clothes were in to hopefully keep out the moisture.
Okay, little boys. We had dress clothes to attend a funeral, tennis shoes, and comfortable clothes. We were not prepared at all for these conditions. Clayton had a little sleeping bag of his own that we nestled him in. And then used the adult sleeping bag kind of as a cushion and put him inside this garment bag to keep him sealed up from the cold and the wind.
Okay, little boy.
Honey, it's gonna get a little cold, but Mommy and Daddy are right here, so if you need anything, you just say, okay? Good boy.
I was a little worried that he might freak out being in the dark and everything, but that kid was, I don't know, it's like he just knew. He just really knew what was happening. He was just really calm and okay with it.
Okay?
Yeah.
So from then on, I was a horse and Clay was the carriage.
Dragging a 4-month-old baby 20 miles through the snow in search of a highway is a huge gamble. But it's Jim and Jennifer's only hope.
I would say on average, we were pretty much shin deep in snow. And within a couple of hours, our feet were numb already. We were getting very thirsty, so eating snow was a full-time thing. Our mouths were tired and cold because we would be chewing on a mouthful of snow, trying to suck it and melt it and drink the water from it. And almost as soon as your mouth was empty, you're already reaching for the ground for more.
We never really had to stop because of Clayton. Mostly Jim would have to stop for me. My hips were really sore. It was hard walking in the snow.
Okay, little man.
I wanted to get to help, but I also had to keep in mind that Jennifer was lagging behind and was weakening by the hour. So I had that on my mind, and dragging Clayton behind me was tiring me out.
Finally, we saw there was a big hill, and that was a long, long walk to get up there.
Just give us a second.
We were both just exhausted.
I was just over the hill now. Okay.
We were so sure this highway we were looking for must be just beyond. At the very least, from the top of this hill, we'd be able to see it.
The map says that the road is over here, so it was sort of a boost for us to keep going because we just knew we were getting close. It's just taking us really long to get there. The road that we were looking for was not here. We were heading in the wrong direction or something, because there's just nothing.
It's okay. It's all right. Honey, listen to me. Look at me, listen. We know there's a town back the way we came. We just follow our tracks back, okay? We'll follow the tracks, okay? It's all right. It's all right.
After my total freak out, we just pretty much realized that's what we're gonna have to do now. We were just gonna have to turn around and go back, miles and miles to the truck.
I can't. Yes, you can, come on. I got you. All right. All right.
And it was then that we noticed Clay wasn't crying.
Oh, God.
That was scary because every time we stopped, he would cry. And so when he didn't, we were both just so afraid, just freaking out, going, oh my God, why isn't he moving? And or making any noise. Neither one of us wanted to unzip it to see. And we just sort of just kept looking at each other going, oh God. And he was fine. He was still pink and okay, but that was really, really scary. If Clayton wasn't with us at that point, I just would have stayed there. I just would have laid next to him and not even cared anymore. After that, just having that fear that that could have happened really made us determined, so we packed up and turned around and started walking back.
The family has come within 12 miles of the highway. The nearest town back beyond the truck is 60 miles away.
Hi, it's me. Anything to report? No. Look, I just need you to map a new sighting for me. I'm in a little town called Whiting, Nevada, and I've got a storekeeper here who thinks he might have sold some maps to a guy who matches Jim's description.
Okay.
By this time, we were getting information from people who thought they'd seen them.
He thinks they might have headed to Reno.
They had seen them south, they had seen them north, they had seen them along the highway with some strange person. And that horrible thought of maybe them being abducted came to mind because one of the callers had kind of suggested that maybe they had run into some bad situation
Television executive Kevin Mulligan is following a trail of clues that he hopes...
By that time, the Highway Patrol, the police, everyone had realized that these kids had not just run away. They were really, truly missing, and we may never see them again.
Late that evening, we made it back to this big outcropping of rocks. Oh, it was so windy that it was blowing me over. It was just awful. We decided to try to find a little cove or just something to get out of the wind to protect ourselves.
We just used a sleeping bag and just threw it over the top of our bodies. Our feet were mostly exposed, but got as warm as we could and kind of slept for the night.
Jim? Can you hold Clay?
Sure. There you go. Hey, little man. Okay.
When I stood up,
What's the matter with me?
All right.
it was like my hips were they were just done. I could not walk. The pain was just excruciating. And I knew I wasn't going to be able to go very far for that day.
You okay sitting there for a few minutes? Let me go and find someplace you can rest. There you go. Okay.
I knew I needed to walk, and I wanted to, but my body just wasn't gonna let me do it. So we looked around and found a little cave in the rocks. And I thought maybe we could all get warm and rest again.
Are you okay in there?
Sure.
I was thinking, here we are in the middle of nowhere, now farther from the truck, no food. How the hell are we gonna get out of this?
Come and see for yourself.
Honey, I can't. I need to go on alone. You and Clay can stay in here out of the cold.
We said we'd stay together no matter what.
I need help, Jen. I have to keep going.
Please. Please don't leave me alone. What if you don't come back?
I told her of the plan for me to continue on, and she broke down crying, knowing that we were going to be separated now. I think deep down we both knew that it was the only thing we could really do.
I didn't want him to do that. But I understood where he was coming from, but I didn't want him to go. I thought that separating would probably be the worst thing.
Please, Jim, please.
I'll be back. I promise.
We kissed each other and told each other we loved each other, just tons, and promised me that he would be back in 3 days.
Okay, so I said goodbye to my wife and baby, which could have been the last time I'd seen them alive, and went down the hill and marked the spot with a colorful sweatshirt, and don't think I looked back. I just turned into a machine and walked.
It was Very, very frightening to watch him walk away. Very. I don't know, just didn't know if I was ever gonna see him again or if I was just gonna die here in the cave with my son or what, you know.
This was a seemingly never-ending task. Just walking and walking. Every now and then I would sing Army cadence to myself, kind of to keep my pace going. But for the most part, I was stoic and single-minded, and, you know, I just couldn't stop. I just kept going and going. Periodically, if I found an area that I could get out of the wind, I would huddle down and maybe let my eyes close a few times and just try to relax a little bit. But I really didn't want to let myself sleep, just for fear that I wouldn't wake up.
I did the best I could with keeping Clay hydrated. I just, you know, breastfed him as much as possible. But I really didn't think that I was producing much milk for him. So then that's when I started melting the snow and sort of, you know, spitting it into his mouth. He drank it too. I mean, he wanted the water in him, so like a little baby bird.
I got back to the truck that night, thankful that I was going to be out of the wind, and hoping that I could start the truck and feel the warmth for the first time in a few days. But since the truck had sat untouched as long as it did, it wouldn't come to life anymore. And I just laid on the front seat and went to sleep. I woke very early, just started going again. Not too far down the road, I came across a sign. So I knew that I must be getting close to something. When I saw that it said 51 miles to the nearest town, that seemed almost impossible. I was thinking, you know, with no food, barely any water, no real rest, how am I gonna walk that far? That extreme isolation was the hardest thing to deal with. Kind of like being adrift at sea and nobody knows you're out there. You could scream as loud as you wanted and a bird might hear you. There was one point I could have swore that I heard Jennifer's voice not 10 feet behind me.
Keep going. Come on, Jim. Jim!
It scared me because I thought, did she die? Is this her telling me to continue going because Clayton's still alive out there alone now? Or I just didn't know what to think.
When the sun was shining, the snow would melt down and there'd be little puddles of water in the little nooks and crannies of the rocks. And I thought that maybe if I took a cloth belt, I could like suck on that to get water, anything just to get fluids in me. My feet really, really started hurting really bad. And my shoes were just frozen. I mean, they were solid. And I thought that it might be good to take them off, you know, to let my feet warm up. When I saw them, my feet were black and blue and really swollen, and I had never seen frostbite before, so I didn't really know that that's what it looked like. They started hurting really bad as they were thawing. I actually put them back in the snow to numb them back up again. I just wanted to make the pain go away, you know.
I knew that I must be getting close to something when the road was somewhat plowed. So that lightened my spirit a little bit. Then I could have swore that I saw a pickup truck. No, it can't be. Who would live out here? For an instant, I thought maybe I was hallucinating, but I didn't have time to second guess myself.
Help! 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 Help!
Listen, my wife and baby are out there.
I blurted out everything that had just happened, and this grizzled-looking, middle-of-nowhere living man, Dave Peterson, looked at me like I was just crazy.
Hey, tiny bird. We're gonna fly away real soon.
I would fall asleep and then wake up and check on Clay. That was hard. It was hard looking at his little face. He never cried once. It was almost like, I know, Mom, it's okay. But I didn't think it was okay at all because he wasn't really making any, he wasn't crying, it looked like he was slowly dying, is what it seemed like, because he just wasn't doing anything, just laying there.
Dave drove me back to his house. They don't even have a phone there. So we radioed his coworker, Dusty.
This is Dave P. Dusty, are you there? Over. Come in, Dusty. Come in, Dusty. Over.
Dusty said that he would be on his way over to help.
Cave's over to the right by the ridge. Blue sweatshirt's on the tree.
Dave and Dusty were the perfect people to go there and find Jennifer and Clayton because they know this area better than anyone. For me now, it was just a waiting game.
We got a call, and the first indication that something was going on was Kevin's assistant held up her hand to quiet everyone.
Hello? What? They found Jimmy.
And of course, everyone in our house just started jumping up and down, yelling and screaming.
Oh.
But then we heard
I see.
Jennifer and the baby were not with him.
I had been sleeping. I woke up and I thought I had heard engine sounds. I didn't really know if I was still dreaming or if I was really hearing something. I sat there for a minute listening and I thought, okay, yeah, I think I really am hearing something here. And then that was when I saw the big bulldozer that was in front with the flashing light. And there was someone in it, and I just started waving and screaming, hey,
Help!
It was really, it was amazing seeing those guys, you know, coming up there. And I've never been so happy to see two people, just strangers, in my entire life. I had Clayton in my arms already. I was just so anxious for them to come up there, and I just gave Dusty Clayton right away, and I knew he wasn't, you know, doing really well, but...
Is Jim okay?
They said, yeah, he's okay, or we wouldn't be here. And I couldn't walk, so they had to carry me down the hill, and I felt really awful that they had to do that, and I looked awful. My hair was a big rat's nest, and I just kept apologizing to them. I'm sorry, I stink. Oh, and I was just so thirsty. I just begged, just please, do one of you guys have something to drink? And Dusty had an orange in his lunch from work. Thank you. Oh, it just looked like heaven. I mean, it was like, oh, an orange flavor. I gave some to Clay, right? Just stuck the little wedge, like, right in his mouth. He just really started sucking on, nursing on it.
The California Highway Patrol decided they would fly me to the hospital where Jim was headed. We kept trying to get information on Jennifer and the baby, and there just wasn't any. Just before we landed, we heard Jennifer had been found. I went in the bathroom and just slid right down to the floor and crying hysterically. And it was such a relief to finally hear that they were found, because 9 days of what they went through, it was just a miracle.
I was still pretty looped up on pain medicine when they arrived at the hospital. We were both extremely exhausted and still trying to work out in our heads what had just happened.
He looked really, really tired, but he looked good. I mean, he was alive, so that was, you know, what mattered.
It wasn't as emotional as one would think. It was more nonverbal communication across the room, looking at each other in disbelief at what had just happened.
They told us Clayton was really, really dehydrated. He had a really bad diaper rash. But then otherwise, once they gave him fluids and everything, that they thought he was going to be all right.
Hey.
The price that we paid, our feet, was just nothing compared to having Clayton be whole and healthy. And I mean, I'd die for that. Just had to look at Clay and go, okay, it's all right.
The open sea, its mystery and beauty have always been irresistible. But when the ocean turns, it shows no mercy.
Mayday! Mayday!
This is the true story of 5 sailors shipwrecked in the Atlantic with no food and no water.
We're gonna die!
Every choice they make is life or death in these shark-infested seas. The brand new 58-foot luxury yacht Trashman surges through the Atlantic. Her owner made his millions in the rubbish business, and a hastily assembled crew who've never sailed together before are delivering the yacht to his home in Florida. The 6-day voyage begins in Bar Harbor, Maine. The crew will sail 1,300 miles down the eastern seaboard of the United States to Fort Lauderdale. The most experienced sailor is Deborah Scaling Kiley. She's the first American woman to have completed the grueling Whitbread Around the World race.
I love to sail because you're working with nature. There's another force, and you become one with that force. And I'm a junkie for it. I'm an adrenaline junkie.
Debbie has been hired for the run by the yacht's skipper, John Lipoff.
He was sort of that scraggly sailor look.
It's running nicely now. Head back inland, hire some more crew, yeah?
The first thing that I noticed about him
Cheers.
that I thought was kind of wild was that he liked to celebrate everything. He wanted to have a beer the minute I met him.
Problemo, Debs. Problemo.
He showed me his resume, and it was quite impressive. He had actually been on a boat called Black Knight, which was the committee boat for the America's Cup. And you know, to be the skipper of that boat, you can't be all bad. You got to be a pretty good boatman.
Is everything all right?
John's brought along his girlfriend, Meg Mooney. She's no sailor, just along for the ride and looking forward to parties, calm waters, and sunshine.
Weatherfax says clear sailing all the way.
Brad Kavanagh's the youngest crew member. He signed up because Debbie's on board.
All right, why don't you go to sleep now? I'll take the next watch with John. Ask him to come up.
Brad's a decent sailor, although he's not yet in Debbie's league. The Trashman heads inshore to Annapolis, Maryland, to pick up the final member of the 5-man crew, an English sailor who's a friend of Brad's.
Debbie, this is Mark Adams.
Hi.
Debbie here did the last Whitbread. Is that right?
That's right.
I'm betting that your job was.
I didn't like his condescending, chauvinistic attitude.
Every minute that his mouth was moving, he was saying stuff just to be outrageous and to get people going. That was his MO. When we left Annapolis, I was in heaven. I was on the big version of my parents' boat with these nice new people heading to Fort Lauderdale, and I couldn't have been happier.
There's something about pushing off and being back on the ocean. Everybody was getting along, and it was exciting.
The first day is an easy sail. By nightfall, they're right on schedule.
That night, the weather was beautiful. The boat was fun to steer. It really just didn't get much better than it was right then.
But this calm doesn't last long. A storm is gathering, and it's moving quickly towards them.
Debbie! Wake up! Debbie!
That was 4 hours?
It's blowing a gale out there. Meg's falling. She's hurt, and we're taking on water.
John!
She's hurt real bad. Can you come take a look at her?
Where the hell did this storm come from?
Usually, if it's a squall, it comes in and it blows through and it's over. But this was not a squall. This was something that was building momentum. I couldn't believe the conditions had deteriorated so much. Surfing down those waves, it was like a roller coaster. And it's like an elevator when it drops.
This is why I got into sailing, Brad.
Well, my mother sailed through a hurricane when I was in her belly, but I can honestly say that this kind of weather is not in my blood.
Mark's up on deck just woo, howling at the wind, and obviously he's been drinking.
Come on! Gotta help her, she fell on her back.
Well, I'll take a look.
Meg had gone up on deck, and when the boat fell and wiped out, her tether didn't keep her from falling.
I was like, what was Meg doing on deck to begin with? She has no business out in this kind of weather.
Debbie, leave it. Just help her, okay?
But John...
Debbie, for once, would you just do what I say?
She rolled over slightly, and you could see the bruising begin, and it was all through the kidney area. I could just tell she was in so much pain.
I want to go home, John. Take me home.
Okay, Ellie. I'll get some help.
John discovered that he didn't have any charts to take him into this part of the coast.
It was just one more little omen that things weren't great. It was that he wasn't prepared.
Sailing vessel Trashman calling Coast Guard. We urgently need a compass heading so we can head inshore. We have no chart. Over.
Brad and I went up on deck to take our next watch, and it was wildly out of control. The winds were gusting 50 miles per hour, and Mark's up on deck, and he is just wild.
Are you out of your mind? We're in a gale and you're hammered! You're a bigger idiot than I thought!
Good one! Still floating, isn't she?
The Coast Guard advised us that we should go to Wilmington, North Carolina. But when we altered course and headed into the coast, those waves just started smashing into the boat and impacting us. And it was like one of those amusement park rides that, you know, kind of jerks you up, but it wouldn't go over and jerks you up.
The yacht's sails are ripped off in the storm, so John turns to the engine in a last-ditch attempt to power through the waves.
The alarms all went off and the engine overheated. The engine was gone, and that was the end of our ability to charge the batteries. We were quickly going to be running out of power to speak to anybody from off the vessel. Now we had no engine, no sail, and we were just floating out there in the ocean.
Not knowing what else to do, John makes a decision the others find hard to take. He radios for help.
Yes, we're running on emergency power. We need assistance immediately. We're in trouble. Our engine is down. Our sails are damaged. We need immediate rescue. Over.
Need rescuing.
I'd never been on a boat that had requested assistance, and it was really odd for me because it was like giving up. But John's big issue there was getting Meg off the boat.
You have no right calling the Coast Guard! He's a skipper, Mark! He called the shots, don't forget that!
He was angry. You know, he believes that a sailor should be self-reliant and only that, you know, only wusses would call the Coast Guard.
Uh-huh. Roger that. 2 ships, Exxon, Huntington, and Gypsum King. 4 hours away.
Since the 2 merchant vessels are the closest ships to the Trashman, the Coast Guard requests that they head towards the yacht to assist. Help is at last on its way.
It gave us this false sense of security, and I think that's probably the kiss of death.
They will rendezvous. Roger that. Over. Come in, please, Coast Guard. This is Trashman. Are you still there? Over. Anybody there? Anybody there? Over. Anybody? Anybody?
Powerless, the yacht is battered by the enormous waves. But after 12 hours on watch and with help on its way, Debbie and Brad decide to get some rest.
I crawled in. I was so exhausted. I can hear Mark whooping it up and howling at the wind. Woo! There was that brief moment, I thought, God, we ought to be on deck. And then I thought, you know what? It's not my problem now. I gotta get some sleep.
But you really can't sleep in that situation. You can just try and rest, and having all that time on your hands, your mind can just take you all sorts of terrible, terrible places. I was lying there and feeling like the boat was going to break apart.
Without sails or an engine, the yacht's almost impossible to steer. So Mark ties off the helm and heads down to sleep. Brad lies awake, ill at ease, as the situation begins to get much worse.
One of these times we got to the top of one of these waves, and it crested and broke, like at the beach, like Hawaii 5-0. And the boat fell off the top. You know, we were in free fall. And then we impacted against the window. And the window just smashed out, and the water just poured in.
Jimmy! Jimmy! We gotta get out of here! No, let's get out of here! Go!
Here's the boat sinking, and we're scrambling to get to the deck, and I hear John over here going,
Mayday! Anybody! Mayday! Mayday! We're sinking! We're sinking! We're sunk! Anybody!
And I get up on that deck, and it was just like a slow motion drink. I don't even know how to describe it. It was just gray, and it was crazy, and it was tumultuous. And I look around, and there is nothing. And we're going down, and we're going down fast. You don't think about dying. You don't think about drowning. You don't think about anything. You think about getting away from this boat that it's going under, and it's sinking in less than 2 minutes. It's just going down like a big rock.
Mark frantically struggles to undo the pressurized canister holding the life raft and survival gear. Brad heads for the only other option, a tiny, inflatable dinghy.
But I swam after the dinghy, kicking off my sea boots and my foul weather bottoms, thinking, my dad's gonna kill me. I've just let his boots sink. And then thoughts of my mother and how horrified she was gonna be, and how sad that when she learned that I had died there in the ocean.
The canister inflates, and he's still holding on, and eventually he just lets go. The life raft is blown away, and we weren't going to find it in the middle of the night.
You managed to get anything from the yacht?
Nothing!
We're dead!
Inside that life raft was everything that we needed to live, to survive what we were going through. It had an emergency beaconing device, which a plane could have picked up on, had water makers to make fresh water from salt water.
Food, fish hooks, mirrors, signaling devices.
It had rations, flares, first aid equipment.
Perhaps had a radio even with it.
And in that rubber Zodiac dinghy, we had absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I'm so sorry I lost the life raft!
Our chances for survival were 0.
Where's Meg?
As the boat sank, Meg was within the rigging.
Get away from the yacht!
And she just didn't have the sea savvy or the knowledge to, watch the waves, and then when the wave action was right, to swim out. So I knew if I didn't go back and get her, she'd die.
Jimmy! Be careful!
all gathered around the rubber Zodiac dinghy, and I remember watching Trashman as the last little foot of her mast slipped under the water, and it was the most devastatingly lonely feeling that I've ever felt in my life.
The Trashman went down in less than a minute.
You're all gonna die!
By not contacting the Coast Guard. You know, we were now half an hour late for our radio call. They should have been on the way. Cavalry rushing in. All we needed to do was stay afloat, and they'd find us. The next day, when the sun finally came up, the sky was overcast and gray.
The air temperature being 40, we would definitely succumb to hypothermia.
Let's get under the dinghy. There's a shelter. I can't.
No.
I can't.
We'll be out of the wind!
Rather than flip the dinghy over, the crew get underneath it, where they'll be sheltered from the bitterly cold wind and rapid hypothermia.
Come on, check on you.
The sad thing was that Meg just couldn't participate. I think it was too painful for her. But more than anything, Meg was very claustrophobic.
Soon, the water begins to have its own chilling effect.
Okay, we gotta get out of the water. It's cooling us down.
Give me a minute.
We devised a system where we positioned our bodies suspended by a line that we'd rigged.
Lie down next to me. You two, lie on top of us.
By stacking ourselves like a bunch of fuel rods in a nuclear power plant or a bunch of logs in a fire, we were able to share our body heat and to keep ourselves warm.
As the storm raged on, you could crawl up underneath the dinghy like that, and it was so quiet and so peaceful. It was so deceptive. It was almost luring you once again into that amniotic state. When John started talking about his heart pains, I knew immediately he was probably just hyperventilating because the air would get very thick under the Zodiac dinghy.
Please, get him into the dinghy!
The wind was like 40 degrees and it was blowing like 90 knots. And we decided we would flip the Zodiac dinghy over and we lift Meg in. I was horrified at her wounds. The wire in the rigging had cut almost all the way to the bone, and she had huge gaping wounds on her legs. It was heartbreaking. Just those wounds alone were a death sentence.
It's too bloody cold out here. Let's turn it back over. We're gonna freeze to death.
Look, man, you want to go back in the water and help yourself. There's a whole ocean out there.
We hung there for a minute, and pretty soon he goes, "Quit kicking me."
I'm not touching you.
You did it again. Cut it out.
What are you talking about? I'm not kicking you.
Stop now.
And I thought, you know what? I'm going to look in the water, and I'm going to see where his legs are, and I'm going to stay as far away from him as I can. And it was the most eerie sensation. And I noticed these like torpedo-shaped bodies, and I thought, fish. And then all of a sudden one came really close, and I realized it was like hundreds of sharks. They were everywhere. And just the minute we got in fins, just everywhere in the water. And I don't mean like 2 or 3, I mean 10, 20, they were everywhere. I've never seen so many sharks in my life, not in my entire trip around the world. It was the most frightening feeling I've ever felt. To this day, I don't know why the sharks didn't attack us that night, with all of us treading water, with Meg's legs bleeding.
Mark, I'm warning you! Do not hit a single shark with that! Are you out of your mind? What do you think? What? You're gonna calm them down? Give me that!
Our biggest threat was not just the coal, but a wave breaking underneath us and flipping the Zodiac over and dumping us back into the shark-infested water. So what we had to do is devise a system to try to slow the little rubber Zodiac down.
Hey, Debbie, do you think maybe we can make a sea anchor out of this thing? Stabilize this tub?
But as soon as we threw the piece of plywood over the front of the boat, the shark swam up and grabbed it in its mouth.
These were not little sharks. And this one was big enough to pull a 13-foot rubber Zodiac dinghy with 5 people in it, which is at least, 700 pounds, wildly through the water.
By nightfall, the storms died down, but the sharks are still out there. The crew's hungry and thirsty, and the night air begins to freeze their wet bodies.
It's night 2, and with night comes just that threat of not being able to make it through the night again.
A light! A light! A light!
Oh God, it's close. Paddle!
At first, when you see the light, you just are so excited you can't stand yourself. They're coming to rescue you. And then you realize the reality of the situation is it's pitch black. You're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and nobody can see anything.
If I can't make eye contact with someone on that ship, I'm not close enough. And I just think that paddling towards it is a huge waste of my energy, and I haven't eaten anything in 2 days. And I don't want to expend my energy when I'm freezing all the time to do this.
The craving for water is like nothing I've ever felt. It's as if every cell in your body needs it and it's crying out for it. You haven't had water in 24 hours, almost 48 hours.
But all I got was the wind blowing through my mouth and actually drying my mouth and my tongue more than the moisture coming in from the rain.
Damn!
It was as if God was spitting on us, laughing at our situation. All of a sudden, we remembered about the ship, and we looked out, and the ship was gone. Maybe that was a chance for survival. It's the ultimate despair.
And at that point, I just couldn't take it. I felt that I was being teased by the environment, and by the powers that be. Oh, I stood up and I gave God the finger, started, saying, what are you doing to us? You're gonna make it rain, let it rain so we can get some water.
The last thing you wanted to do is curse God, because that was about the only chance we had for survival.
I don't want to die.
The ship has gone, but some unwanted guests refuse to leave.
There was always a fin somewhere. They were always bumping into the raft and pushing us around. Then they'd go away for a while, and just about the time you think that they'd gone away, they came back again. The situation was going from bad to worse to nightmarish.
Day 3, and the crew of the Trashman are still adrift in the Atlantic, suffering from dehydration, infection, and the fear that they'll never be found.
Well, we were starting to get very frustrated with the Coast Guard because without food and water, we were really starting to suffer.
Hey, do you think a ship will rescue us before the Coast Guard finds us?
Coast Guard's on its way.
Yeah, sure, of course. Coast Guard's on.
Hey, guys, I got news for you. The Coast Guard ain't coming. They never were. They forgot about us. We're on our own.
Thanks a lot, Debbie.
It was as if I had dropped the final curtain on the show. They just all kind of sat back and looked at me like I'd lost my mind.
Hey, Brad, where do you think we are?
Well, from roughly where we went down, we're anywhere between 35 and 135 miles off the coast.
What? Is that far? We could still be blown to shore, right? Guys?
My God.
The crew have no idea where they are, but the dinghy's now 140 miles from shore and heading out into the Atlantic. The dynamics of the group begin to change, and partnerships form as the survival instinct starts to take hold.
What are we gonna do?
I don't know.
I'm so sorry I cut you into this. If I didn't have you, if it was just me and those guys, I don't know.
We just need to stick together. You and me.
If we lose this bond, then we're lost. And it's what's going to keep both of us alive. So I'm going to watch out for you, and you watch out for me.
I can hardly stay awake.
Why don't you go to sleep? I'll watch you. Make sure you're okay.
If it had come down to someone trying to hurt Brad or kill him, I would have done my best to take him out because Brad was my partner in survival. And I wasn't going to let him go. There was no way. The bottom of the boat was fetid. It had a mixture of urine and blood and pus.
We were in absolute agony because we were starting to get massive staph infections all over our bodies.
These staphylococcal infections are caused by bacteria entering cuts in the skin. They can soon attack the heart and lungs, and Meg is at particular risk because of her open wound.
I felt so bad. She was dying of blood poisoning, and we were sitting there watching Meg die. It was just tragic.
Night 3, with all the infection coming on, and the starvation setting in, we all were getting very delirious.
What are you doing? That stuff will kill you!
Here, Miss Whitbread. Help yourself.
Everyone knows that you're not supposed to drink seawater. They tell us that from the time we're little kids, and that's one of the things you just don't do.
Drinking salt water dehydrates your body even more, and it causes kidneys to shut down, and you begin to have delusions. And ultimately, if you drink salt water, it will kill you if you don't kill yourself first from the delusions. I didn't really know how long it would be before we saw the effects of the salt water, but it stood to reason to me that it would be probably, 7 hours or so. And I was right. It didn't take all that long.
It's too hot. Where's everybody?
Johnny! Where's everybody?
It was just like I was watching some crazy play.
I want my bags! Wait. I see land. I see land! I see land!
It's right there, man. You see it? It's right there in front of us. We're just off Falmouth, Meg. We'll go to the hospital where my mom works. She'll take care of us.
We're in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We're nowhere near Falmouth.
That's total crap, man! It's over there.
This went on all day long.
Oh, I want my cigarettes. I need one now.
The monotony of it was starting to drive me crazy.
I'm just gonna get my car.
We're in the middle of nowhere.
You guys bring the boat in, and I'll go get the car.
There is no car, John.
There it is. I see it. I'm just gonna get the car.
And then all of a sudden, he jumps off the side of the boat.
John.
And we're like, where the are you going? There is no land, there is no Falmouth, and there are a lot of sharks out there. You need to come back.
Get back in the boat, John. John, go back in the boat. Get back in the boat, John. He's coming back.
Brad, do something.
I can't. I don't have the energy, Debbie. Look how far away he is.
There's just physically not enough strength in me to force him not to go.
I can't see him.
All of a sudden, we just hear this shrill scream. I mean, blood-curdling. And it was over. And then silence. And it was like there was no crying. There was no nothing. Meg just said,
He's gone.
there wasn't any doubt what had happened to him. The sharks got him. The sharks never left.
I was angry with him because I really felt that I would get a lot of credit for surviving and having everyone survive. I looked forward and relished the thought of being heroic. And there's nothing heroic in what I had done in this instance, which was stand by while John swam off to meet the shark.
The 4 remaining survivors of the Trashman cling to life as they drift helplessly in the Atlantic. The sharks have just claimed their first victim, John, the captain.
After John went over, we all just sort of sat back for a while. I think everyone was so shocked. And Meg was crying, but she wasn't sobbing. She was so sad. And she was so sick.
Hey, gorgeous. I know how to make you feel better. Take your mind off John. Promise.
He says, hey, lady, I think it's about time you and me had sex. And that just, like, hit me over the head with a 2x4, and I woke up Brad, and Brad.
We've got to stop this.
Hey, let's just see how she deals with it.
Right. I'm tired of playing games. I'm just going back to the 7-Eleven to get some more beer and cigarettes.
Mark, you're not going to the 7-Eleven for anything. You know we're in this dinghy, don't you?
I'm just going over for a minute. Just to stretch my legs and get rid of the cramps. Just for a moment.
Brad and I get up and go, man, the sharks just ate John.
No. I'm just stretching my legs. Getting right back in.
And just about that time, we feel this. Bam! And then we feel a bam again. And all of a sudden we realize there's like this frenzied attack, and the sharks are eating Mark underneath the Zodiac.
Oh, sharks.
It was, without a doubt, the most horrifying moment of my entire life.
The sharks now had a taste of what they'd been following for days, and they wanted more. So they tried to tip the boat over with Meg, Debbie, and I in the raft.
What would it feel like once they had begun to drag you under? What would it feel like with that first bite? And maybe it would be better if we jumped over and drowned ourselves so we would never have to feel it. And it lasted for what seemed like an eternity, like hours. That night, I remember waking up and looking up, and there were stars everywhere. It was like a starry night. And then I began to hear Meg moan in the dinghy.
I think she was frustrated and she just wanted to strike out at somebody. I mean, John really did her a dirty trick, leaving her there in the raft.
It was really weird. She took her hands and started moving them in the air like a Spanish dancer, like she was in completely some other world. And then, out of the blue, she just started talking.
What did she say?
I don't know. And it all of a sudden became very clear to me that Meg was speaking in tongues.
She's
dying, isn't she?
She was dying. She was really close to death.
Meg?
When we woke up, Meg was dead in the bottom of the dinghy. All that fetid mixture that was left over from the seaweed and the urine and the pus and...
Debbie. Should we eat her?
We were starving, and you've heard of cannibalism at sea, and are we gonna, nourish ourselves by somehow figuring it out how to butcher her and eat her, or what are we going to do?
Ugh. She's too infected, Brad. We have to get rid of her.
I'm so hungry. My stomach's twisting in pain. You're right.
And so we decided that we would take off her shirt and all of her jewelry so that we could give those to her family. I got really mad at Brad because he was like, I can't get the ring off. I'm like, get it off. It's not like you're gonna hurt her. Just take it off and get it off. It was such a sad moment because we laid her body, naked body, on the side of the raft, and then we decided that we couldn't just push her over, that we had to give some kind of a funeral. And so we said the Lord's Prayer and Psalm 23, and then we just gently pushed her body overboard. And we decided then that we would just go back to sleep so that if the sharks attacked her, we wouldn't have to see it. And so that's what we did.
People can argue that it was a physical thing that killed Meg, but I think it was John abandoning her and making her despair that killed Meg.
Are
you okay?
I don't know. I've been retching ever since I woke up.
It's the water in the bottom. Meg's died in it. It's making you ill. The sun's only making it worse. We gotta wash the dinghy out.
I can't. I don't have the energy.
Yes, you do. We're turning this thing over right now.
What about the sharks?
I haven't seen sharks for hours. Come on, Brad. Don't give up on me.
And it really scared me because I did not want to have to live in that life raft, in that little rubber Zodiac dinghy, alone.
I gave it a few good pops and I almost got the boat over, and then I lost my grip on the line and I fell over the side of the boat.
Debbie! You gotta be back here.
And this time I don't have the strength to get myself back into the boat.
For God's sake!
I sobbed. I felt like I had just doomed Brad to death. If the sharks showed up, we were screwed. And I just went on and I just burst into tears and I fell back against the seat and I couldn't do it.
I could give a crap about what Debbie's thinking this time. She's just sitting there being completely useless, and I'm still alive, and she won't help me climb in the raft.
For God's sake!
She's finding it impossible to help me to climb into the raft, and I don't know what's on her mind, but she's not thinking straight. It was life and death, and I pulled myself into the boat while she sat 3 feet away from me just crying.
We were each at one end or the other of the raft. He wouldn't talk to me. He was so off at me.
Bitch.
I'm so sorry, Brad.
I just want to relax because of all this death that's been happening for the past 12, 15 hours. And as soon as I take a break, I look at the horizon, and there's a ship coming straight at us.
Debbie.
I'm gonna make it up to you. Let's catch fish. We're going to survive.
Debbie! There's your ship.
I had heard it was a ship so many times. I just didn't. Big deal. It's a ship. They're not going to see us.
Turn around.
Look how close it is. And I turned around, and it was amazing.
And the ship came by, and it went by, and a guy walked out on the wing bridge and looked down at us, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and I waved at him, and he waved at me, and next thing I knew, there wasn't just one person that came out, but there were like 5, 6 people. They were all coming out. They threw all their life-saving equipment out at us, and Debbie jumps off the boat, and I'm like, God damn it. You know, don't leave your friend Brad here all alone.
What? No goodbyes? Nothing?
I was holding the rope that held the life ring, and they started winching us in.
And then a big sailor picked us both up.
And when they finally hand me off to the last guy, he just gently lays me on the deck, and I realized that they were Russian. And I didn't care. It was, I didn't care where I was going. I didn't care who these people were. I was lying there, and Brad was there, and we were alive.
These guys did a fantastic job getting us on board the vessel, and oh, it was just so great. I mean, the whole thing was just so great. That was just wonderful. And then, you know, but it was just the start of our journey back to life.
There's never a day that you're more thankful for life than the day you almost die. I'm here today, and I don't feel guilty about it, and I have no regrets. And every day I wake up, and it's a new day, and I'm happy. And I always try to find something good in the bad things that happen to me.
It's not something you just turn off when it's over. You keep living in that survival mode. I don't know if you're shell-shocked or what you are, but it's impossible to just turn it off and go back to being the way you were before.
In their 5 days at sea, the dinghy had drifted 140 miles from where the yacht sank and was heading further and further away from land. With no beacon on the dinghy, the two merchant ships were unable to find it. The Coast Guard called off the search for Trashman because it received a call stating the yacht had made it safely into port during the storm. Who made that phone call remains a mystery.
I believe that, John and Mark could have pulled through, but I think with these guys, the real problem was that they had just reached the end of their rope and it was not worth it for them to put up with the pain and continue living. But for me, I'm not going to take myself out of the game before it's over.
Brad and Debbie have no idea how much longer they could have hung on. What they do know is they had an unshakable will to survive.